Dylan, do it.
No, computer. Get it to show on the computer.
Oh. It's hard working for Polk, man. Yeah. I haven't been asleep yet. I used to take a nap at the blue service office. By this time.
Trying to make it like you,
Right.
Good afternoon. We're here for the afternoon session with Kathleen Red Devils, led by Coach Spates. I'll let you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves.
My name is Anthony Odom, quarterback / athlete, 2024. And myself is Washington, 2024, quarterback.
My name is Corey Avery, class of 2024, receiver and safety.
My name is Charles Wood, class of 2024, running back. Coach.
Coach Saul Spates, head football coach, Kathleen High School.
Coach Spates, you're pretty fairly new in your team. Kathleen has a long tradition of talented Division I prospects and even NFL guys. Recently, that success hasn't been as prevalent in the program. How are you looking to get Kathleen back to relevancy locally and statewide?
Well, getting back to our roots, man. Kathleen has always been a hardworking, get to the work, get to the grind type of school. When I first got there in 2017, the kids, they work hard all summer. So we just got back to our roots, really. We've been working hard in the weight room all since January, all the way up until now. Just kept our head down, and we've been working hard on and off the field. Also getting back into the community, doing community service, giving back as well. Now the only thing left is just to put the good product onto the field. And I believe this year we got the tools in place and the experience coming back with a couple of young guys here and there to have some success on the field this year.
And you're the third Kathleen coach in 5 years. How are you bringing a sense of continuity to the program?
Well, as I said, I've been here since 2017, so I've coached these guys since they were freshmen. So pretty much anybody in the Kathleen football program I've known since they stepped foot on Kathleen campus. So there's no kid on there that I don't know. Also, with me being there so long, I know staff, administration, also getting to know people in the community. So just the fact that I've been there so long, I've seen the ins and outs. I've seen when Kathleen was in the conversation. I've also seen the bad times as well where, we're laughing stock. So now we're trying to get back to the part where we're in that conversation. And I believe that with my experience being there so long, I believe that that sense of continuity is there. And also having alumni on my staff. So like my offensive coordinator, James Lovett, returns. Class of 04 graduate, Byron Adams. My defense coordinator, class of 03, 04 graduate. We got 2 or 3 other alumni. So guys that love and bleed Kathleen. That's what I want out of our kids. We want to bring the pride back into Kathleen and what it means to be proud to be a Red Devil.
Coach, good to show you. I like it.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So what's some of the things you've been doing with these boys to kind of instill or restore that culture, that Red Devil culture, back on the north side?
Well, for us, I've been talking with a lot of old alumni and a lot of old greats. I talk with Coach Urban Strickland a lot. Me and him talk all the time. A lot of old alumni. So when alumni want to come around, the door is always open. So we got guys like Brendan Gant that comes around and works out hey man, they were once in your shoes. They stepped foot in that locker room, they was in that locker room, they wore that same uniform, they wore this helmet, they wore that jersey, they wore that Kathleen across their chest. And they made it to the next level. They made it D1, and then even recently, Ventura Miller come around the program every now and then, made it to the NFL. So you guys can do the exact same thing. So I try to instill in them like, hey man, greatness has came out of here. Greatness has come out of Kathleen. So with that being said, you know, you can build your own legacy here and continue on to what everybody else has done before you.
And the guy to your right, Marcellus, just committed to play Division I football. Talk to me a little bit about how you're feeling right now with your recent commitment, where you committed to, and how you're upholding the Kathleen legacy of players, you know, playing at the next level.
Oh, I love the commitment. The commitment was a great spot. It's just like Kathleen, brotherhood, something you want to just live and share it with others. You feel me? So it's just like, it's just perfect. Perfect all across state, HBCU, all black school, all black high schools, just ain't even.
For the players, man, what's some of the things Coach Space been preaching to y'all during this off season? Whether that's working together, building that chemistry together as a team, what's he been preaching to y'all?
Staying consistent, playing fast, being dominant, knowing that we may be so-called the underdog, just showing everybody what we work hard for.
And specifically, Mr. Corey, I got to see you guys in spring. It was a crazy game. Sprinklers came on, lights went up. It was a wild experience. But you guys had to lead against Bartow and ultimately didn't win that game. What has been different this summer from spring that you guys, that can you point to the little things to say, what's been so different to, you know, win those close games like that?
Now we just being taught to finish, whether it's reps, weight room, outside work, finish the whole job. I ain't gonna lie, we got a happy head when we was winning in the beginning, but finish out, stay consistent throughout the whole game, throughout everything you do, really, workouts, everything. Just stay consistent.
Hey, Coach, you've been here since 2017, so you were here in 2018, the last time the team had a winning season. So, you know, based off of that experience, what kind of steps, process, culture, and players need to be instilled this year in order to get back to the winning ways?
Well, first thing is accountability. So everyone is accountable to their job. That's from players to coaches, even myself, holding ourselves accountable to everyone do their job and everyone pitch in and do their part. Second, hard work ethic. You know, everyone has a job to do, but they have to do it well. They have to do it 100% full out. You know, we can't afford anybody to come in and just, all right, I'm gonna just tag along. We can't afford that. Everybody has to pitch in, everybody has a job to do, and you gotta do it 110%. And lastly, I would say discipline. So last year we were in, especially at the beginning of the season, with a lot of close ball games. One went our way, but a lot of them didn't. And discipline here and there, you know, a penalty here, a missed call there, or a missed opportunity there, you know, the season turns out differently than what it did. So discipline in the little things. So for us, you know, you gotta have players, obviously. I think we got some decent ones. But also, you know, the discipline to get over the hump. Like just said about the Bartow game in the spring. You know, had a lead here and there, had a lead, but, you know, little thing here, little thing there. You know, drop passes, penalties, things like that, allow them to creep back into the game, creep. Next thing you know, you're down. So those things we're trying to clean up. And I believe that we took steps forward to do those types of things just within the program. And, you know, I think we're ready to take the next step forward.
Coach, how important was the offseason as far as getting these young men and the rest of the teams, the rest of your team exposed to better, you know, the higher level of talent? Because if you don't go to those and you don't compete, you'll never get any better. This way they get an opportunity to see how far they have to go, plus look at some of these athletes and say, listen, I've got to work hard individually to make the team better. How's this offseason help in bringing you to that next level?
Yeah, it was very important. So we started back in January, phase 1. So pretty much strictly strength and conditioning. We done a great job of getting proper nutrition into the building. So each kid, as soon as they get done, they get Gatorade, protein shake, peanut butter jelly. A lot of these guys transformed their body tremendously from last season to this season. Next, competition-wise, so we participated in the numbers of 707s. Polk County one we made to the finals. First one went in Tampa with a Valor Virtue. And, we competed against Tampa Bay Tech. Bartow was there. Breaks in Southeast. So some big names, we were right there a lot of times, and we just didn't pull it out. So getting to see that early is like, okay, look, y'all not that far away. Y'all not that far away. So a little thing here and there, that's a win instead of a loss. Play here, completion here, interception here, and that wins you the ball game instead of a drop pass or overthrown ball or a drop interception, things like that. Those cost you ball games. So we try to instill that in them, like, hey man, look, y'all not that far. You right there. You just got to get over the hump. So the offseason was really big for us. The guys, like I said, they put in tremendous work, transformed their bodies. They listened. They bought in. I'm anxious to see what they're going to do once we really put the pads on. Get ready to go.
You guys lost this for the quarterback on the end. You lost your favorite receiver in Kaimi Abu. Who is going to be that guy this year that you think you'll have the most chemistry with, or that you think will lead the team in receptions and receiving touchdowns?
Yeah, it was a big loss, but I think I like my dog Corian and my dog Ben, who came to transfer back from Lakeland High School. That's with me. I believe that we all have good chemistry. I grew up with most of them, and I've been throwing to them a lot. We've been practicing all off season, working hard, still doing it every day. That's like an everyday thing to me. So yeah, I feel like them gonna be the people that lead the team in receptions, to be honest.
Can I say something real quick on them? I have to make them go home. Like, I literally have to make them go home. If I sat up in the office, matter of fact, last night, night before last. If I sit up in the office after workouts, if I say nothing, they'll be up there all night. They'll literally sleep in the weight room. So, like, they'll go out there, they'll throw routes, they'll go do one-on-ones, they'll lift extra weights. So I can't say enough about this group working. Like, when he says they actually work and they actually throw each other all the time, when practice is over, it's not over. They got another 30 minutes to an hour. I have to make them like, hey man, let's cut it. We gotta go home. So
That's a good thing, though.
yeah, it's a great thing. It's a great thing.
Man, Coach, for us that grew up in Polk County, man, it didn't matter what the record was, what was going on. We all were gonna make that kind of thing for the Lakeland, right? So I just want to ask y'all still share that same sentiment? Y'all got that game circled, or what game can you remember from last season that's got y'all over?
Well, for one, Bartow, obviously, because of the spring. And the last two times, feel like it's gotten away from us, so that was circled for sure. Jenkins is heartbreaking. That was circled. This year game, obviously. But the two big ones are always circled, Lake Gibson and Lakeland. Those are always circled. If you're in Kathleen Red, Lake Gibson and Lakeland. This year, we definitely try to make that game relevant again. I believe, when we get there, it definitely should be a packed house. I'll say that much. When we get there, it definitely should be a packed house like it used to be. I saw a film, I think it was a 2013 game, packed out wall to wall. That's how it should be, man. Like, that's how all, especially when the big three get together, when the Lakeland, Lake Gibson, when whatever combination you want to get to, When those games get there, all should be packed wall to wall. But again, that's on us to make that a good game. So, you know, we got to do our part on our end, but I definitely envision us making that game relevant again sooner rather than later.
Coach, it's one thing to have an assistant coach who was part of all winning teams or something. The guy like Lovett, you know, he was there when it went from a losing team, you know, to that, you know, winning playoff team that, you know, the senior year when I think that was the year they played Seabreeze in that big wild game or something, I think.
Yeah, and a certain team called Meningitis, I heard.
How important has he been? How valuable is it to have a guy that's been through the process and has he been able to kind of, you know, convey that experience to the players on what it took to go from there to there?
Love is almost kind of like a second motivational speaker. Like when we were going through the run at the 707, a lot of times he was helping rally those guys up and get their minds focused, especially in the playoffs. So, you know, his experience definitely helps us. You know, he tells those guys, look, man, I remember when we were this and this and this, and then our senior year, you know, we actually turned around, had one of the best seasons in Kathleen football history. Also, another coach on that same team, Tyrell Robinson, is on our staff too. And he brings those stories and those experiences as well. So just let those guys know, like, hey man, we been there when we was climbing up the ladder, trying to bring the pride back. And we did. And they told them the same thing. Like, y'all gotta make this weight room, make the off season count. Like, everybody gotta be there, and everybody gotta be there working hard, pulling in the same direction. And they push each other. I tell them do 5 reps, they do 8, or they do 10. I tell them do 10, they do 15. Like, that's just them. Like, they want to be good, they want to be great, so they push themselves to get to that level. So having Lovett on the staff, you know, to share those experiences has been a great tool for us. I'm glad to have it.
Gotcha. Well, if you have any closing remarks, you guys have the floor to say anything you would like. We definitely thank you guys for coming and wish you good luck this year. Definitely grew up watching Kathleen versus Lakeland game, so I'm excited for that game to get the intensity back.
Y'all can expect a whole lot of change. That's all I have to say. Y'all can expect a whole lot of change.
Yeah, man. Expect to turn around this year. You know, Kathleen's on the way back, and go Big Red.
Appreciate y'all, boys. Man, good luck this season. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, but son.
The tears right there. Just rotate it back. There we go. 9. Put it back. Don't worry about that.
Hold on.
Hey, I don't know if you motivated your players enough.
We're here with Jordan Christian Prep, second team of our afternoon session. Thank you guys for coming, and I'll go ahead and let you guys introduce yourself.
Hello. I'm head coach at Jordan Christian Prep, Morehead here.
Jay Wilkins, I play center, guard, and defensive tackle.
Ryan Ward, I play quarterback, running back, and linebacker.
Chris Ballou, I'm going to be playing right and left guard wherever coach needs me to play.
Travis Harris, I play D end and tack.
Coach, how was the off-season? I mean, getting ready for the 2023 season, coming back, last year you had some guys now are not there anymore, you have a lot of young kids coming up. How was this off-season?
Really trying. We had a lot of exit of kids, honestly, exit of coaches. So this off season was a little more turbulence than I was used to. But at the same time, it was also a blessing in disguise because I also gained some guys that I think is going to fit well this year. So it was a little turbulence in the beginning, but coming through, obviously going into August, we gained some new blood and some new energy. So I would say a little 50-50, but a little bit more of a shocker at first.
And having returners who are going to help you a lot because they're going to kind of introduce some new kids to what you guys are about and try to get back to that level.
Yeah, so these guys right here are like the cornerstone of what we were trying to build at Jordan Christian Prep. They're loyal guys. There's guys that if I'm not there or anything, they know what drill I need. They know what plays that need to be ran. They know how I operate. So they're like the backbone of me. So those new guys come in, they look up to them, and they're going to do it exactly how I want it because I am an exact guy. So it's rough at times, but when I have guys to my left and my right where I can sleep on the football field, and these guys know exactly what's going on, I mean, it helps a lot.
Three guys up there that play in the trenches, Coach. Would you say that's one of your more experienced units? And what are some of the things they've been working on in the offseason?
For sure. The trenches, obviously, we know football is one of the trenches, so these guys have really dug in, obviously strength-wise, but using hands. Not just always trying to bully over somebody, but actually being a technician in the crowd, really trying to take their game to the next level, smarter. Again, can't just run into somebody. So they really try this year to focus on not only the strength aspect of it, but the technician part of it.
Want to speak on that? What y'all been working on this offseason, man? Talk about it.
I really just been working on getting my hands out there, feet work, getting my agility up, and trying to get as flexible as possible for coach.
Coach, talk to me about the challenges of being a smaller program, an independent program. What are the challenges and, even having enough kids to come out or retaining kids to the program?
Yeah, so we're going to be here all day. But those are some key factors, right? So, starting something and you're already at a small school is tremendously hard. You have the days the kids don't want to come out. You might have a program where 50, 40 kids come out, so 10 don't come. It's kind of, it's noticeable, but you can keep moving. If I have that kind of situation, I mean, what do, right? So we are struggling with some of those issues. Obviously, retaining kids is something that I want to kind of get better at, making sure that these kids know that, hey, your future is still safe in this building. Your future is still safe with this coach. And we've been doing that successfully. This is my third year, and every year since then, since I've started, we've had guys go to play college ball. So I wanted to show them that, hey, even though it is a small school, we don't got 50, 60 kids running around, but you still can play ball at varsity level. You still can go to college, just like anywhere else. And I think it's starting to kind of turn around a little bit, but those small school issues still happen. small. I don't see a lot of people flashing and all these things, and it's a little bit more of a learning curve for most kids. When you go from a big school to a small school, it's like, I don't really like it. So, we're trying to get over that hump, and I think it's starting to kind of show a little bit more.
As a smaller school coach, what are some of the things you kind of work on with these kids to establish the standard, kind of create a culture of work ethic and what it means to be a successful footballer?
So I think it starts with your routine as a coach first. You got to let them know that you're going to come to work every day. You're going to do everything it takes for them to have a successful year. And post school, right? So for me, I always try to have a positive attitude. Always show them like, hey, it might be tough, but we can get through it. Right now, our thing is relentless. Like these guys right here, I can go into any dark alley any day of the week and be fine because they're not going to retreat. They're not going to look at the flashing lights and go over there. They're not going to do those things. So for me, I have to continue to show them that there's a leader in front of you, so follow me. And most of the times these guys do with a little attitude, but they do it, and I love them. I respect them for it. So that culture that we're trying to do at JCP, especially in the football department, is showing them that I'm here, and not only I can get an education, but I can still get a varsity experience and still do what I want after high school, which is college.
Off the field, what are some of the things y'all been doing in the weight room? How important is that?
Oh yeah, so we start early. We start early. I come from a background where the weight room is where you kind of kill a lot of injury bugs and kind of redefine your body. So we upper body strength. Like I said, these guys really love to use their hands. So let's get that upper body and shoulder started to go. We do agility too. Make sure they're flexible. You can then preventing injuries, preventing guys being stuck in the mud, we like to call it. So the workout part of it is, they crank up that music, we get it in. Sometimes they gotta sleep in there, you know what I mean, but we get it in.
Coach, what's it like starting a new program, trying to get equipment, trying to get people, trainers, volunteers, explain to people what that's like in a new sense for a program.
Yeah, so all of it is trying. It's really trying. Again, it's that small atmosphere, that small kind of mindset. If it's small, it doesn't work, or I don't want to be a part of that small thing. But at our school, from parents to the employees, administrators, teachers, everybody pitches in and do the best they can to make sure we operate at a high level. Obviously, it's varsity football, so things happen. So you want to kind of keep that feel of, hey, we can kind of keep moving. Obviously we don't do the tremendous stuff, everybody do, but we still get the job done. But like I said, from administrators to families, mom and dads come out, hold the chain sometimes, or they'll do the game and stuff like that. So it's a community feel, and it's just trying as a small school. It's really trying, but I think year to year we get better at something, right? We get better at something. So how we started 3 years ago is definitely not how we're going to be this year, and then 3 more years from now. So it is a slow progress, but it is progress.
That was my next question. So you're feeling that you're headed in the right direction?
For sure. We already, I am, in our school, we tally, where we're trying to go, in detail too. We make sure, okay, we didn't do this so good this year, how can we revise it, how can we change it, and we keep going forward for, the name of the game is, be better as last year, right? So we hear it all the time, and that's what we do. We take that mentality to everything, from our school to our sports individuals, and as well as we really put emphasis on the kids, right? So if you were like this last year, don't be like that this year. How do you do that? We make sure we have a game plan for that as well. So everything we do is very detailed, and I'm a detailed guy, like I said.
Coach, for your quarterback, how important is it for you to be a leader on this team? And what are some of the things you've been working on in the offseason, whether that's to progress in your game and to build chemistry with your teammates, whether that's with your receivers, timing, or your offensive line?
It's very important. There's a lot of things I got to do to make sure for sure that I can have the right timing, the right height, where to put the ball at, and everything. So during the offseason, I've been working on my vision, my feet work, my speed for sure, and my ball handling. and making sure my line is in place. They know where to go. If we going this way, they know where to block, where the ball is going, to make sure they move out of the way and block. Make sure that everything they got is going good, and with the routes, make sure they know how to work the routes the right way. Make sure they know where to put the ball at in the right place in the right timing. That's a lot.
How you feel about the offensive this season? How you feel about it?
I feel very good. I feel like it'll be way better than last year, even with the guys leaving and new guys coming, even with the young guys that we have coming. I feel like the offense will be very good.
Any seniors?
Yes, sir.
How important is this, this last season to go out on top as much as you can?
Very important. This our last year. We've been playing for a while, but this year, gotta really make it count. Gotta go all out, show our heart is, work, and work. Make sure that we really make it count this year.
As a senior, I feel like it's important that I just do the best I can, try to make my imprint on the team, try to do as much as I can to help improve the team when I leave. I want to leave something on the team for them to remember me by, and for them to remember who I was for the team and how I helped them out.
What about your leadership? Then obviously that has to help. You have experience, you've been around for a while. A lot of the younger kids coming in, coach can't do it all, so he has to rely on you guys to kind of ease it in. Are you ready for that?
I feel like I'm ready. I've been preparing myself to help the coach out when he needs coaches is absent or he's during a meeting or something. I've been trying to push myself more as a leader to help show the new guys how they can improve themselves or how they can be leaders when there's no one else there. I've been trying to help them to step up, be part of the team as a leader.
Awesome. Well, if you guys have anything you would like to say, you have the floor. We definitely appreciate you guys for coming out. Definitely wish JCP some luck this year.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
And we appreciate y'all.
I just recently got back to the gym, so I just tried to cardio. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, it's tough. I mean, you're going through all that. I mean, you kind of have to kind of get back in that place first, It's gonna take some time. Did she live here in Florida? Yeah, when we moved from Longwood, and then Longwood, okay. And then she retired.
And you don't have hot stuff?
No. Right. Well, that was good that you guys would take care of her.
Appreciate the invite. Sorry, I didn't busy working and stuff. Had a little bit of a shake start in the morning. Well, I started later than we wanted to. Who was that? I'll call on Marie. He's the guy. Absolutely. I saw Josh over there. I think he's going to be lately. Getting ready for the season.
So we are here with the Auburndale County Wildcats. Haven't heard much from you guys, but you are 863, so we're glad to have you in the building. I'll let you guys go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm head coach Brian Kemp.
I'm head coach Brian Kemp.
Kellen Lindsay, Zach Crowder, Jalen Wood, Jace Gardner.
Coach, how was your off season? You know, obviously last year, kind of a trying year. A year that you guys had to replace some people the year before. How's this off season been for you guys?
I mean, it's been pretty good for us. You know, we just, really focused on getting stronger. And trying to just prepare our guys for the season that they're about to take part in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a prideful program. For years and years and years, they've won.
Right.
How do you get back to that?
I mean, in the landscape of high school ball, it takes a lot to sustain success. It's a lot that goes into it now. Some things out of your control. But one thing that we try to do is just remain focused on, what we can control, and figure out what we do best and figure out how to make that a tool we can use to turn into victories.
No doubt about it, guys. You got to count it out, right? How's that motivated you guys this all season? And what's some of the things you guys work on together to show everybody they have the hands over their heart?
Going into the season, I think we all kind of talked right before the offseason started and all made it a point that we know we are ending this season with the same goal in each other's mind. And that's, we're an older team this year. Past couple of years, obviously, we've been kind of younger. And this is what we've talked about for 3 years. This upcoming season, we're going into our senior year. We got some depth, and we got a pretty special bond in the locker room, I feel like. And there's different characters, but we all come together, and we've had the same goal in mind this whole off season. And that's just to get stronger, faster, bigger, and get smarter with the game of football.
Mr. Lindsay, you threw for over 1,000 yards last year. You don't really get to see that, especially in a small school setting. Most small schools are, they have the ground and pound mentality. What separates you as a passer from most of the competition?
Yeah, well, I would say the coaches do a really good job of drawing up plays that help me to get it to the receivers that need to get the ball. And, we have some good receivers that when I can get it to them quick, they can run, and I think that's really important.
One of those good receivers is quarterback. And how do you feel about your quarterback? And how do you feel about this offensive unit heading into the fall season?
Heading into the fall, I feel pretty good. Offense, we weren't the best last year, but we definitely worked on a lot this offseason, and we're ready to come back and show everyone what we have.
For you, though, you're probably an underrated wide receiver in our county, right? But you got some good numbers, man. How does that make you feel, and what do you expect for yourself this season?
Well, last year was about my first year really seeing the field a lot, so I just went out and did what I could, and I put up a little bit of numbers, so next year hopefully just going to improve and put up some more.
Coach, could you talk a little bit about your defense and what you expect out of that unit?
Just be quite honest, man. Defense was kind of, our weak point last year, so we look at it like it's nowhere but up. Luckily that we've had a couple of guys that kind of surprised us in the spring. We got a guy named Harry McCullough. He wanted to come, but I wasn't. We switched to defensive end. He was our backup quarterback. Sat out last season with a broken collarbone, but put him at defensive end, and he gave us a spark off the edge that we hadn't had in a while. He's not the strongest, not the fastest, but he got a motor that couldn't be matched. So, just having that type of player that we didn't expect come out of nowhere to help us, that's going to be a plus. And, luckily, the two guys in the middle, one being Jalen Wood and B.J. Johnson, our middle linebackers, they've seen a lot of snaps. They started a game last year, middle linebacker. So we're hoping that our experience takes over for the place that we lack probably athletically. Hopefully that our experience takes over. And like I said, we've been trying to get them better, stronger, bigger, stronger, faster, working on their mindset, teaching them the game of football so that they're just a step faster than they were last year.
One other question for you, as it relates, you guys are remote compared to a lot of other areas. It's hard to get exposure. What do you try to do to promote your program in general, being where you're at?
Well, a lot goes into it, and I just left the AD meeting, so I was a little bit late. But I'm a young guy, but I kind of see myself as an old school type coach, but I've had to reinvent myself, so whether it's social media and trying to do that, I'm trying to do that more. But it's really been word of mouth, reaching out to coaches, emails, calls, using H2 athletics, anything that we can. But then at the end of the day, it still comes down to the guy has to do it on the field. Nothing replaces that. No amount of conversation I can have with somebody, I can talk a kid up, but if they look at the field and he's not doing it out there, there ain't much I can do. So like I said, it kind of goes hand in hand with what we've been doing this summer. It's just trying to get them bigger, stronger, faster, and teaching them the game. So now that when we snap the ball, they can go out there and display their talent, on the field so coaches can see it.
Coach, you mentioned Mr. Wood at a smaller high school that you led your team in tackle, right? So what have you been doing on and off the field to work on your game, to progress as a player, and how excited are you for this coach season?
I've just been working really hard in the weight room. I've been trying to get a little bit faster this offseason, which I've seen some numbers change and stuff like that. So just been putting in work and hopefully come out this next season and ball out, do better than I did last season.
Is it important for you to be a leader on the defensive side?
Yes, sir. I want to take more leadership this year than I did last year. I feel like I slacked in that department, but I want to take more leadership this year for my defense.
And how do you guys build on a 1-7 season? Obviously, you're more talented than your record reflected last year. How do you build on a season like last season and keep everybody bought in? Obviously, you guys are leaders, that's why you're here. How do you keep the young guys bought in and the rest of the team?
I think it really starts in the locker room, and just got to create that connection in the locker room. We got some young players coming up and some older ones, so we as the older ones just got to talk to the younger ones and get them locked in with what we have going on. And I think that's really important, because once you get in the locker room, then you can translate it to the field. And once you get on the field, that's when you get a good team that comes together.
And Coach, earlier on you mentioned just kind of finding those strong points in your team and leaning on them for some wins. What would you say are some of the strengths to your team coming into this season?
Well, we, on the offensive side of the ball, we got to limit the turnovers. I think we have a couple of talented backs where we're supposed to come. We got a couple of talented backs that we're leaning on, and we have probably 2 or 3 receivers that we can count on to catch the ball on the outside. But in the past that we can't get behind the sticks. So we got a lot of experience coming back on offense. So that's going to be a strong point. But we definitely got to limit our turnovers, and then defensively is where the biggest improvement is going to come in our season. I think last year we scored points, we just couldn't stop anybody from scoring. So if we can improve on that, I think we can improve on that. Let's just say 75% or 50% from last year. I think we're going to those losses that we had. Some of those turn into wins. So it's just improving on stuff that we improving on defensively, and then allowing our offense to carry us and just limit the turnovers.
Coach, I gotta ask about the trenches, man, because as we know at the prep level, it can make or break. So as a unit, what have you guys been working on, and how is it important for you guys to protect the quarterback?
It's very important to protect our quarterback. We're returning like 3 or 4 starters on the offensive line. We had a guy that missed the season with the ACL. So he's coming back. He was projected to be our starting left guard. So we're returning probably like 4 or 5 guys with starting experience. And And that's probably been the hardest working group we've had all summer. Consistently, you know, all the linemen have been there, working hard, pushing each other, attending camps together. And like I said, just trying to gel. You know, with that unit, you have to have some kind of camaraderie, because it's like you gotta have each other's back, you know, and it gotta mean something to you. So if that guy next to me is my boy, is my guy, I'm gonna go just that much harder for him. And on the opposite side, you know, defensive line, you know, we'll be kind of smaller. We'll probably line up and do a whole bunch of slanting, because this is what our personnel allows us to do. And so we just been working on getting them guys ready to, hey, do the dirty work. You know, get down there, slant your hole, crawl, you know, be nasty. You know, not dirty, but be nasty in order to keep the linemen off our linebackers, so we can let Jared and BJ fly make tackles.
Coach, well, the floor is yours. If you guys have anything that you'd like to say, but we definitely are excited that you guys came. Definitely thank you guys came through. You know, we look forward to getting down there to Hardin County to cover you guys, because you are 86-3. Good luck this year.
Appreciate it.
Thank y'all, boys. Good luck this year.
Yeah,
About time. Scurried over recently. Did I touch it? This is our third year.
Good afternoon. With another team in the afternoon session, we have the Davenport Broncos, the newest team in Polk County, new kids on the block. I'll let you guys go ahead and introduce yourself.
Giovanni Jimenez.
Martin Barbino.
Coach George.
Sir William Burton.
Gotcha. Just to get started, thank you guys for being here. Coach, first question for you. What are the challenges of being located in Davenport with Haines City and rich community right there? What are the challenges of bringing kids in and retaining kids at Davenport year in and year out?
The challenge is, of course, that we're a new school, and they have a big tradition in Haines City and Ridge, of course. So to get it to draw attention to us, it's not as easy as it looks. We have all the new things, but yet still we don't have that tradition in place right now. But we haven't lost any kids to little schools. We've seen that kids are flocking towards us, so that's a good thing. I guess we're doing something good. They're coming our way, so hopefully it continues that.
Coach, coming off a down season, so let me say, right?
Yeah, completely.
So, what are you guys working on in the off season, and how motivated are you guys to come put that new product on the field?
I'm not one to make excuses, but taking over a brand new school is something I probably will never do again. Our first 2 years, it was really, a JV team on the field. My first year we had a really good quarterback and we had a really good wide receiver. Our second year, these guys are just getting acclimated to being varsity players, and now I see us, now we're ready to actually, play some ball. Because last year we didn't have where, we were overmatched every single game. We were in there, the only team that really killed us was Lake Wells. They did a pretty good job killing everybody. But for the rest of our schedule, we were in those games, we fought to the end, and that's what I wanted to see us compete. That was an emphasis this summer, competing and getting better at the little things. So I'm excited to see what we're going to do this year.
Coach, how do you take these guys who've been with you for the last couple of years, excuse me, and use them as leaders and teachers and trying to be, you can't do everything, your coaching staff can't do everything. These guys hang out with those younger players, they know them, they see them at youth football games and see them coming up. How do you use this group to kind of be your leaders, to get those kids acclimated so you could progress quicker?
That's a good question. What I told them was, good teams are coach-led, great teams are player-led. And so for us to be great, they need to lead the younger kids, and they've been doing a good job of it. We've already instilled a leadership council where, everything that goes to them, so if somebody's late to class, they take care of it. I don't have to take care of it, So it's stepping up, being a leader, then being accountable for each other, and me mentoring them so I can see, hey, listen, you can go ahead and not do this so much, but do that. And, they really take heed to what I say, and they listen. And I think that these young men are really growing each and every day with me.
Yeah, and also, in the off-season, what they do in the off-season is going to be important because those freshmen and those incoming freshmen and some of the young sophomores are going to look at what they're doing.
Exactly.
And if they're not going to 7-on-7s and line camps and all this, they're not.
And they do. Everyone here, for the most part, they haven't missed a workout. They're pumping up everybody. They're very loud. Some louder than others, but I have a really good crew of kids, and I'm excited to see what we can do this season.
I got a question for Wade. I already know it. Going into your final year, under center, you put up some good numbers last year, passing and running. But we know you've been putting in that work in the off season, right? So how motivated are you for the season outside of you show everybody to put the ball in there?
Man, I'm gonna make a statement and make a name for myself. And I'm gonna just ball and lead the team. So big.
Tell the people what you've been working on. I apologize bus tour. I see what you're working on. Tell the people, man, what you're working on.
Everything, like literally everything, like all day, every day, just working. All day.
You said eating?
Eating.
Diet, eating, diet, right? Like, what Vito?
What is it like playing with your twin brother?
Yeah. It's great, you know, because we communicate on the field, communicate off the field. We just compete, like we compete. Like, I ain't gonna just let anybody just do what they want to do for me. Just compete, you gotta have fun too. Gotta have fun, compete. And just compete like I'm a dog. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm a dog. I can't let nothing slide. I gotta eat everything that comes to me. I gotta grind. So.
Coach, what's it like getting the program started in terms of getting people involved in your community, administrators, parents? I know funding, whether we want it to be or not, it's always number one. That's where it started. What's that been like?
Actually, it's been a blessing. We have a really good administration. Our principal is awesome. AD is awesome. Our county AD, he's literally the man. I don't know what I'll do without him. But no, the parents are great. You know, we haven't had anything negative. I don't have anything negative to say about it. When I started school, we didn't know it. It has its battles, but everything has been pretty positive.
Gotta have coach. We have everybody. Every game is important as a coach. But what game y'all got certain schedule that put a bad taste in my mouth?
Listen, honestly, man, you know, I know it's a cliche, but we take it game by game. But that's what we do, game by game.
And Coach, both for you and your players, what's it like being at a new school and being one of the first to really be able to leave a legacy behind at a school like this?
You know, it's interesting. You know, the things that we do are going to be, you know, the foundation for years to come. So I tell you guys all the time, you know, what traditions do you all want to bring in? You know, what do you all want to do to make a statement? So they've done some things. The coaches have done some things. So like I said, that's an exciting part about it. You know, we start the foundation for the school.
Just to bounce off the foundation, how important is it for you to establish that culture? You know, when the older guys go off, when the younger guys to see that and understand what the standard is.
You know, culture. You know, culture. A lot of people don't understand this. Culture is not just building in 1 year. You can't just have, you know, change a culture in 1 year. It takes time. You know, my previous school I was at, you know, we were successful, but I said it took time. You know, these kids, you know, are not, like I said, we had really like a JV team coming in. You know, it wasn't established. We had varsity players, and these guys were young. They were hungry. You know, they were, you know, 5'4", 150 pounds. You know, we had to put muscle on them. We had to do all these things. So, you know, it wasn't a finished product. So, the culture that we're trying to create right now is really just, you know, building the foundation, you know, do the little things correctly. You know, get bigger, stronger, faster, learn about the game of football, be great young men. Everything else will take care of itself.
Coach, I know about the Bartow brothers, but you know, Davenport kind of gave, you know, it might get a little bit when we talk about the whole stuff, right?
Of course we do.
What unit are you excited about that's going to prove to the people, you know what I'm saying, there's some talent out there, or what a hidden gem guy that you might got, that we need to know about?
Man, you know, just come and watch. Just come and watch, man. I'm excited about some things that we've done defensively and offensively. Just come and watch the show, man. I'm excited.
And if you guys have anything you want to leave us with, you have the floor, but we definitely thank you guys for coming. Wish you luck, you know, continue on your journey and establishing that culture at Davenport. Welcome to Polk County, and let's keep it rolling.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Good stuff, y'all, boys. I love this season. Beautiful campus, man. Hey, that was campus, man.
Coaches all
They didn't take me time.
Coaches all I got it.
Bill didn't take buildings. They take you out. I saw the auditorium though. The auditorium, when the bathroom, the LED colored lights when you go hot, but cold.
There goes.
Good afternoon. We are here with the Executive Director of the FHSAA, Craig Damon. Thank you for coming. It means the most for you to be at our inaugural year. So again, just thank you. If you wanted to introduce yourself to the stream, you got the floor.
Good afternoon, Craig Damon, the proud Executive Director of the Florida High School Association. Just thrilled to be here, seeing some of our teams here in Polk County, getting ready for football season, reminded me of my days as a football coach, learning excitement at this time of the year, and just happy to be a part of it.
So for the people who aren't familiar with the operations behind the brand, give us a little bit of background of who you are and what you do.
A little bit about Craig. Craig started out as assistant football coach at North Marion High School in Marion County. Started out there in 1993. Sheldon Cruz was executive of the Florida Coaches Association, hired me as a running backs coach. Did that for about 3 years, moved to office coordinator, and became the head football coach in the year 2000 at North Marion. Head football coach there from 2000 to 2013. Then I joined the Florida High School Association in September 2013. And, first 2 years I was director of athletics in charge of sports. First year I was the swimming, boys soccer, and softball administrator. Second year I became the football administrator, girls basketball and track and field administrator. And then I moved into the position of associate executive director in charge of eligibility for the state of Florida, which is a tall task to live in Florida. And last year in April, I was hired as executive director of the High School Association. So I have a thorough background. I've been a coach, assistant coach, head coach, athletic director, former student athlete in the state of Florida, parent of student athletes in the state of Florida. Pretty much done everything that you can do as far as high school sports in the state of Florida, with the exception of being an official. So I'm not official in the game, but I've done everything else.
And obviously, with a position like yours, you can't please everyone. So how do you respond to legislators as well as public opinion?
Control what I can control. You know, folks in Tallahassee, they have a job to do. They are there and voting how they feel the constituents need them to vote, what they feel is best for the state of Florida. Once they create a state law, and I have to follow state law just like everybody else. So things that I have control over is, how we treat our member schools, how we treat our student athletes, making sure that we are doing our best to promote student athletes and make sure that their championship events are the best that they can be. Making sure we educate our athlete directors so they can instill or uphold all the rules of our association back at their schools. But just trying to make sure that, for me, the big thing is not to forget where I came from. Not forget what it felt like being an assistant coach. Not feel like forget what it felt like as being a head coach and having the association make rules down. So one of the things I just talked about today when we had our athlete directors seminar over at Davenport High School today was share with them that, please feel free to reach out to me, call me, talk to me. So I'm here. If there's something that we can do better, tell me about it. We're not perfect. nowhere near being perfect, but, you know, our goal is to be better today than we were yesterday. As long as we do that and take that attitude, I think the student athletes will continue to thrive and be the best in the United States.
Coach, what do you guys have to do to get everything situated year to year? We're like the state finals. It's always, that's something I'm sure you hear about constantly. And it's hard, but this is such a big state.
It is such a big state. Finding a venue that's appropriate. You know, you want to give the student athlete experience that they don't get during the regular season. Right now, with travel ball and some of our teams that play, you know, national schedules and so forth, it's hard to compete with some of the things that opportunities that they get to be a part of in the regular season. So, reaching out to venues and having venues and areas that want us to come to their location to host an event. Polk County has been great. I think right now we're hosting about 6 events here in Lakeland. From cheer and volleyball is coming, boys volleyball is coming here, but we boys and girls weightlifting here. We've got the boys and girls basketball, girls volleyball is here. So we have several state championships already here in Polk County that we love. The support that we receive here from Polk County. Trying to find a venue that can give a kid an experience that will last a lifetime.
Coach, the new format for football. I know we have year one of it already. Are you constantly looking at changes, or because you know I'm speaking from a South Florida perspective where I get bombarded all the time. Have you looked into just different avenues? Is this next year going to be a year where changes could be made?
Great question, Larry. This is the year for classification. You know, typically we look at the model and try to release our classifications in December for fall sports, football for particular. What we did this year, so an idea came up and I spoke with our board about, and they agreed and tasked me with the challenge of creating a task force. So I created a task force, about 17 members on the task force made up of athletic directors, coaches, and some county athletic directors. And the charge for them is to examine all the different systems that are out there and see what system they feel best as a member school or representing their member schools that would be best moving forward as far as the system for classification. They met virtually in June. They met in our office in person on Tuesday. There's another meeting coming up in August, one in person in September. In October, they're going to meet a final time, but the goal is to have something to present to me that I can present to our board members in November as far as the classification system to use moving forward. And you know, for 100 plus years, staff in the office have been the one that decide the classification system, and we take a meeting every year without necessarily getting input from our member schools. So this gives us an opportunity to hear from our member schools, knowing it's not going to be perfect, but at least something that our member schools as a collective group can say, hey, let's try this for a little bit and see what we can.
Do you think with this classification task force, one, how can the public participate, you know, like find out, you know, because there's a lot of, obviously, a lot of fans that are, you know, especially interested in the classification systems. And it's that too, with this Metro Suburban off the table, is Metro Suburban going to be done away back in 2 years with this task force? Because I know that, you know, there's already been a lot of changes in football over the last 5, 6, 7 years. And I think if one more change to the classification system to compare to what's now already in place, I think the coaches are all going to throw their hands up and say they're done.
Well, the groups that were selected to be a part of this task force, they are all individuals that, from my experience over 10 years plus 20 years of coaching, that I know reach out to their constituents and have communicated with constituents. They've been around. Just to share some of the folks, Chuck Smith in McGill County, he's on part of that group. So folks in Polk County, if you have input, please reach out to Chuck Smith, Lance Robinson from Hillsborough County, he's on the task force. So there's Bobby Johns, former board member, that's from a rural school, that's also a head football coach, she's on the task force. Richardson Lacy, former board member. So we got a very diverse group of individuals, public, private, school district athletic directors, school athletic directors, that also coaches, to come together and collaborate and try to come up with a final product. I'm not attending any meetings, because I love them all the meetings. I want them to decide that on their own and present to me at the end. Justin Harrison and Scott Jenkins from our office, they're basically the facilitators of the meeting, the planning for it, but we sit back and we'll let those 17 individuals talk it out. I mean, the first meeting that they had in June, we thought was going to be more of an introduction type meeting. They came with about 3 or 4 ideas right then and there. They knew them from the conversations, they felt enrollment was important, but you can't have a pass-facial cycle without having enrollment. They also felt that performance should play some part in there. Not sure how much performance should count or how many years you go back and look at performance. They've even talked about socioeconomic status, free reduced lunch sometimes in some areas. So I've seen a couple emails that have come through because different state executive branches have reached out to me to get permission from me to share the information about what the state's doing, because they're reaching out and asking, hey, why you know this, why you choose this and that. So they are definitely researching and turning over every stone to try to come up with what's best in the state of Florida. As I shared today, what's difficult in the state of Florida is we are so unique compared to other 51 state associations throughout the country, where other state associations are more restricted as far as their kids attend school as own for. There's not as much school choice. In Florida, it's pretty wide open. So when you throw that dynamic in of school choice, it makes things a little difficult when doing classifications, because you could have 1,500 kids today, and 6 months from now you could be down to 1,000, it could be 3,000 or 4,000. Or your best athletes could be on your team this year, and you count them next year, or even a week later, they transfer to a different school. So when you look at classification in the state of Florida, there's so many different things that are a huge factor. You have no control over, and it makes it pretty difficult to come up with a system that you can say consistent will work fast for everybody. So at the end of the day, I know it's not going to be perfect, it's not going to please everybody, but at least folks can say that we heard our membership sort of led us towards where we were going to come out.
And I've visited different states, seen different facilities. Obviously know coaches in different areas. How is the FHSAA attacking pay for coaches in attempts to attack quality coaches?
Pay is something that we have no control over. In the state of Florida, supplements are part of the collective bargaining system in the state of Florida, so the unions tend to have the authority to negotiate the supplements that coaches receive, especially at public schools. So that's something that an area that we would love to help, and every chance I get is like you guys, all the superintendents or principals, can't keep losing our good coaches to Georgia, Texas, and so forth. But yet, when it comes down to pay, it don't never seem to get too far in the school district. So I wish we could do more. I'll definitely always be advocate for coaches, because I think it's the number one dollar prevention program that anybody with money can purchase. So if we're saving money as far as the dropout prevention program, could some of that money be channeled towards trying to incentivize coaches staying in the city of Florida, as opposed to looking to go to somewhere else?
On that point, Georgia has enormous pocketbooks, but it starts with their booster clubs. Why are they always dumbed down? I know this is just all politics. There's no way around it. Why hasn't that started here?
Georgia's been, I want to say it was 18 years ago. I almost left Florida to Georgia to be a JV coach, because I was going to make more as a JV coach than I was going to make as a head football coach at the school I was coaching at. Thomasville Central, head coach was coaching there, and the head coach from his brother John coach that I coached with. So I was tempted to go to Georgia. But Florida's where, this is my home, where I'm from, and Florida means a lot to me. When I was coaching, as much as I love to make 6 figures and so forth, at the end of the day, I did it for the kids, and there's not a dollar amount that they can give me to see, Jamie Thompson play football for me, live right down the road from me, to go to Butler University his first year because he wasn't really highly recruited. Ended up playing at Iowa State, played for Jenkins, been down high school in Oklahoma. Greg Carr played for me. You know, he seen him go to Florida State because he thought he was a basketball player. He was 6'6". He's like, Greg, you know, there's a lot of 6'6" guards throughout the country, but there's very few 6'6" wide receivers that can do what you can do on the football field. Ended up going to Florida State, you know, setting the record as a touchdown reception as a freshman. And now he's back coaching in Auburndale High. So seeing kids like that go off and have an opportunity because I invested some time in them or someone invested some time in them, see them come back and be successful citizens in our community. There's not a dollar for you to put on. Sure, love that made six figures, love that been treated like some other folks in Georgia, but I also know that there's some folks from Florida that went to Georgia and didn't win. You didn't stay there very long because they're paying you that type of money. You know, you better win now and win often, or you'll be back here in Florida. Coach.
I got a question. I don't know if I walked in like when we first started. I don't know if it was asked. What is the FHSAA going to do, considering open enrollment is kind of a big thing now, and what is the FHSAA trying to do now to work with the state to kind of maybe combat some of the issues, because it seems like it's getting even crazier and wilder in terms of the transfers happening. You know, it's like it seems like it just keeps going and going and going, and it's like you know, kid A is over here at school Y, and the next day he's over at school Z. You know, it's like, you know, and I think it makes it harder for everybody to keep up with that, and, you know, what's going on, and of course I know it's frustrating for the coaches, because I know that's also not just the money that's, you know, drives coaches away from the state, but it's also the open enrollment that drives them away. They're like, hey, I can't handle this. I'm out. I'm going to Georgia. I'm going to Alabama. Or it's kind of like, hey, it's still kind of like what it was 20 years ago here.
It's tough. And again, every time that coaching gigs come back in, you make me think I may want to go back into coaching. I think about school choice, like, I'm good with that. But it's choice. Florida has choice. I mean, Florida's been choice for a long time as far as education and academics are concerned. Choice for other extracurricular activities, and choice is here to say to Florida, whether we like it or not. Parents and kids have a choice. As far as the association, what we're doing is trying to you know, I go talk to folks in Tallahassee and trying to bridge the gap between the association and legislators. How can I have that to support me? Instead of just coming and saying, hey, I don't like, you know, this or this is going to negatively impact kids, I need that to support my negative thought process or whatever about a certain law or whatever. So what I've asked schools to do is to, when you have a situation where somebody might get displaced or suspended in school or whatever, please document and send it to me so that when I do go to speak or present or talk about, hey, this is why this here's a change we need to make, now I got a why behind it. You know, I'm just not shooting from the hip saying I want to change it because I don't like it. You know, I got data where it's negatively impacting kids. And you know, I've shared this analogy with folks all the time, and then going back to my days at the school, knowing when one of my football players or my son or my daughter was in algebra class in 9th grade, and had Craig for teaching the first semester, and all of a sudden the schedule got changed and it goes from Craig to Larry second semester. Everything else is the same on the campus. The lunch is still the same, class periods still the same, except for teachers. And there's a learning gap that happens when you change teachers, because Larry's style may be more, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna teach step by step by step. Greg's style is I'm just gonna sit back and let the kids do the work. So for kids to adjust to a learning style on the same campus when everything else is the same, except for the two teachers, I can only imagine the negative impact it has when a kid goes from a school that's 7 periods a day to a school that's 6 periods a day, or a school that's 7 periods a day to a school that's block scheduling, completely different campus, completely different bell schedule. Those are a lot of things that, you know, our kids are great and they adapt pretty quickly, but there's some learning that's being lost when we allow so much choice. You know, I believe that parents have a choice of where the kid, how the kids are educated. Strong believer in that. But at some point in time, I think we sort of got to build it back in a little bit, or at least put some sort of restrictions on it, because it's negatively impacting our kids. We can say that, well, kids benefit from it. Yeah, but there's that adjustment, that transition period where kids are not gaining and they're probably losing some ground, and they're trying to play catch up from the ground that they lost. There's other transition period. So
We just want to thank you for taking time out of your incredibly busy schedule. Super grateful again that you came out and spoke with us and shared some of your time with us. If you have anything that you want to leave us with.
Yes, I would. Thank you guys for having me here. You know, I love, as a former football coach, I love being around the coaches a little bit, smelling the kids a little bit, you know, locker room smell a little bit. It gives me my little fix for a little while, and I can go on and I do it, and I don't miss football. Just get a fix. But one of the things I learned is this past legislative session was that we don't do a good enough job. I mean, me, everybody else in our office, and our member schools are telling our story, telling them why we do what we do, why we coach our teams, why we play the sport, why we're part of the Florida High School Association. So our goal this year is to make sure that people know what the Florida High School Association is all about, what we do for kids. You know, we got almost 300,000 student athletes that participate in the state of Florida. The association offers 24 scholarships to student athletes that people don't know about. You know, we added a couple of extras this year, so it's 26 total scholarships that the association offers. I've been the past couple of days, last week, stopping by individual schools, dropping off sportsmanship awards because the school won the sportsmanship award, meaning they didn't have any objections. They had good referrals by other schools that they were displaying good sportsmanship. And you know, you talk about championships and so forth. Yeah, championships are good, but you can say your whole athletic program had no ejections, demonstrated great sportsmanship throughout the whole year, and didn't have any fines for unsportsmanlike behavior. That's a huge accomplishment. So, of the 830-something schools that we are members of our association, there's only 8 schools that got that award this year. I should have to get that award to all 832, but there was only 8. So that's something that I want to get better at. I also encourage you all, if you have great things that are happening at your school or your community, you're doing something special at a game, please don't be afraid to reach out to our office and share those things. I love going and visiting games and being on campuses or practices. Tell me about it. If you got something special going on, I will make a trip to come down and see it and be a part of it. But also, if you got something good going on with, you know, you've had a volunteer that 30, 40 years been just doing the chains and such and such for you, let us know about that, because there's things that we do. I get that person a lifetime sports state series pass, so they can get in every one of our championship games, you know, for free. Those are little things that we can do in that manner, or sharing those successful stories with us, so that we put those on our website. Those are things that I would love to be able to do this year, so that we can get the message out about the good things that we do for the High School Association.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. I am on it.
Because I didn't realize that was going on.
I didn't want to wait until late. I wanted to have the board finish up November, so we can got to get some things. I thought you came from
No, I know that's right. Say that shit. When I looked at the schedule, I was like, what time we're going to be here? I was like,
And I think that's the only thing you got to put out there to say, hey, if I'm going, you don't want to voice, speak up now. Okay, I'll email Scott. I'll copy you on it just to make sure that's
put names out.
and then they
One time getting together in person.
So, but there's going to be another in-person before the September board? Like that's like Saturday. Oh, right after the board, Okay. I will email Scott. I'll just copy you on the email just to make sure that you know, hey, I reached out, because if I don't get anything from it, I know y'all get busy.
Some guys gonna get cut off.
We hit a home run.
How you feel? Remember me? Since far. You may have. Because the last channel got shut down, and he tried to come to one of the teams for last week. Well, I wasn't invited, so that teams were asking where was I at. Well, here's what your team was invited. Because last emails I got with the feeling of getting the 1099. So
Can't.
I'm still old. I'm still old because I'll never see. So I get it. You keep doing what I do. Say.
Good afternoon. Afternoon session. We're here with the state champion, Lakeland Dreadnoughts. I'll let you guys go ahead and introduce yourself.
Marvin Frazier, head coach. Elite Boys class 2026.
The boys Rico class 24.
Coach Anderson Taylor, tight end coach.
Mark Johnson 424. Joshua Smith class 2024.
Coach Doyle George, wide receiver coach.
So, Coach, we're going to get it started. Lakeland, one of the most storied programs, not only locally or even statewide, but nationally. Filling the shoes of the legendary Bill Castle. What is it like stepping into a new era in the Lakeland Dreadnoughts program?
Well, a lot of people look at this as, a daunting task. I've had a million people say, boy, the shoes you gotta fill. But they don't understand it's different, man. It's ordained. I've chosen my God. So I'm just walking those steps. It's an easy path when you know that you're chosen to do such a thing. When I've got young men and coaches like that around me that all have the same vision, whatever's ahead of us is an easy obstacle. So can't wait.
What can we expect to be different about Lakeland without Coach Castle?
To be different? Listen, what that man did over those 50 years is extreme. We're talking about 8 state titles and things of that nature. So the goal isn't to be different at all. It's probably to be more modern, to approach every day, with a 2023 type of approach, but at the same time, the same grind and grit that he had in '79. Because that's what made this program. So we weren't trying to be different. These kids up here tell you right now, what we did this summer is very similar to what we did over the other summers, but you just got a different voice that's guiding the project. And like I said, all my assistants were all on the same page.
Coach, us media guys, we obviously know about the amount of talent you got on both sides of the ball. But just talk about some of the things you guys have been doing as a coaching staff in the offseason to kind of gel that chemistry, even when it's new guys, and kind of make sure the older guys are being leaders for the young guys.
So one of the things that we did after our spring game, we did exit interviews. So I don't know how many programs are doing that, but after the game, we did exit interviews with the kids. So we sat them down for 10 to 15 minutes, went over the pros and cons, where we want to go, so forth and so on. So at Lakeland, this might not be a problem everywhere, but at Lakeland, the month of June, 90% of our kids are all over the country. You've got visits, official visits, you've got camps, you've got 7-on-7s with the elite squads and all of that. So it's very hard to run a program in the month of June because kids could be in Las Vegas tomorrow and Oregon the next. So what we do is, for years, Coach Castle was ahead of his time, he would just open up the month of June and allow it to be a voluntary workout session. Well, what we decided in our exit interviews was we made every senior choose 2 days that they would personally lead those voluntary workouts. And what they ended up doing was, when every single senior put their 2 days, they said, I'm not gonna be here by myself. So all of a sudden you see the weight room full of kids on voluntary workouts because these kids took the ownership and understand that we got a goal that's way beyond ourselves. So let's start it now. So just little things like that, letting these kids lead. We got a really good group, coming off a successful year last year, but the challenge yesterday that we had was, listen, a lot of you guys, we were talking about how we're champs. We're walking around like we're champs. But how many of you actually stepped on the field in the state title game? I got 3 with me right now. And he played a major role with special teams, but there's 3 of these kids that actually played a big role. But the rest of them didn't. So we still got something to earn. We still got something to earn, and we're walking around with that crutch on us because we know it's a big chip on our shoulders, and a lot of people are already doubting us. So I'm excited about these new kids.
Playing off of what you just said about some of the kids and they can answer this. The trademark of Lakeland forever has been the senior league. For as long as I can remember, the next man up, but they're always like the people. They're the ones for the younger players. If some of these veteran players who took part last year could maybe speak on that leadership being taking that role, I would like to hear that.
I just feel like personally at Lakeland, they like drilling us and establish us to like versus younger kids, just pick them around me, just take care of them. Because I feel like Lakeland, we're humble enough that we can lose it all, but I feel like we're confident that we can go get it back. So even though we lost a lot of seniors, I just feel like the way that they took us over there, we and taught us the game, and the little small things, I feel like is already in us. So when the new kids come along, it comes natural. It's not we got to learn this and learn that. I feel like it's already in us. Just from there, from before we get there to the seniors. So I feel like it's pretty easy.
But they look up to you.
Yeah.
If you're a 9th grader and you guys just won state and you're becoming a senior, those 9th graders are going to look up to you and want to ask you questions. And that's what I'm saying, to be that type of leader. Obviously, they know what's expected of them, but being 15 years old and being 17 or almost 18 are 2 different things. You're 17 and 18, all that experience that they don't have.
Yes, sir. I feel like when it's a younger kid, I feel like really you just got to take the time out of your day just to sit down with them and ask them the little questions and just take them under your wing because once upon a time you was that 8th grader, you was that 9th grader coming in, so you know how it feels. So I just feel like being there from the beginning, already having that experience, I feel like you just should do the same thing, in return.
Personally, Mayor, you can keep it mine. This for you. You're one of the top 60 ranked players in the state. What have you been working on to add to your game this off season that you didn't see before?
Really, getting bigger, working on getting it out of my cuts, working on controlling my speed. A lot of people is fast, but it's all about knowing how to run and when to turn it on, when not to turn it on. Every play ain't meant to go 100, so really just learning what you gotta get, learn to follow my blocks, and just really getting upfield, put my foot on the ground, and taking it one game at a time.
Question for Joshua. I put an article out today, this year is one of the more underrated prospects, specifically linebackers in the county of Northern State. How much does that motivate you? And how important is it for you to be a leader for young guys like Lee to be, just a Power 5 guy?
Man, it feels good, man. As I was saying, as you were saying, man, being underrated, man, getting high disrespect, getting size every day, man. I mean, I take that as, very motivation to be the best that I can do. And Malik, man, that man got a big stuff ahead of him. He's been doing good and stuff. So me being as a leader and stuff and trying to lead and set an example is, man, it's just been great, you know what I'm saying? So I just do my thing, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Pastor Markel, how's that running back room looking? You got 3 monsters in there. How do you guys
push each other each day. Like last year we had the Mariners, we push each other again. We know somebody messed up somebody else, so when you get the ball, you gotta make sure you do something with it and get taken out. Because we got two other great backs in the backfield waiting to get it.
What do you feel separates yourself? You know, speed, you got guys that can run between tackles. What do you think you can do to push yourself and make you separate yourself to the next level?
Like catching or receiving, like catching the ball at the backfield, blocking, helping my quarterback get more time, and running getting yards when we need the most.
How do you remain locked in with a loaded running back room like you've had the past 2 years? I wouldn't say you were the feature back, it was more running back by committee. All three guys had more than 500 yards, but I believe you led in rushing touchdowns. So how do you remain selfless, stay locked in, and stay hungry and let everybody eat?
Like as long as we win, I have no problem with it, and I know when my time comes, most definitely I'm gonna show up. You know, the beauty of Lakeland football for years now, but definitely now, you have a lot of people that will preach, well, you need to come here and get 30 touches a night and 3,000 yards and all that stuff. But the truth is, our kids' production is what it is on 10 touches, because you can't just have 11 sets of eyes circled on that one kid, because I got a stud out here, and a stud here, and a stud here, and a stud here, and then this stud here. So his 10 touches equal to your 30. But the colleges are looking at it like, man, this kid is so much more fresh. I don't have to worry about the 30 touches that he had and all the beating that he took at this school, because here at Lakeland, he's so much more fresh. And that's the beautiful thing about these kids, is that they haven't even touched the surface. A lot of kids around that all these carries and stuff, these kids have a third of the carries under their belt. The wear and tear you see in the NFL right now, how they're doing with running backs. Here at Lakeland, though, it's not even close to that. So I love that, and every school that comes in, they say that. Like the first thing they look at is yards per carry. And these kids are averaging all over 8, 9, 10 yards per carry and 22 touchdowns. So that's a big deal, and that's one thing that we try to preach to our kids. Everybody's gonna come at you and say, come get these 30 carries, come get these. We get these 10, and we'll be just fine. Trust me, because look at our stats and look at our eyes compared to those others. It's showing. So we love that for these kids.
It's a great bar on your schedule. You always have a competitive schedule, but you come right out in the first 4 games and play Miami, New Orleans, go out to Philadelphia, play St. Joe's Prep, or they come to you. They come to you. And then 2 weeks later, you play Osceola, a team that played you very tough twice last year. Talk about that, because I think that's important, because not everybody wants to play with it. It's not, you guys are always running for games because it's not easy to get. But here, your first 4 games, you have 3 really, really competitive conferences.
We are Lakeland. So the mindset is we're going to play whoever is ready to play. We're not running from anything, we're running to it. I got the chance to spend some time this summer with some of the best coaches in the world. I actually was, with Coach Jude down in Central the majority of the time. He and I, we've had discussions. And the admiration for that program, we laugh about the things that are said on social media about how people want to see us play each other, because he and I are sitting there like, why are they doing this? Because the admiration for both programs are incredible. And like I said, we wanted to play the best of the best. Ormwood is the best team that I saw with my own 2 eyes over the spring. I didn't see a group that looked so well constructed. And I know, they played in the Jamboree, but I was impressed. So that's where we start. That's the beginning of our litmus test. And then Miami Northern, they just had 27 young men at the least. It's probably a lower end step in there. They're going to be ready. Largo has the best linebacker in the country. He's going to Florida. The week after that, we got St. Joe's, and they're loaded. They're loaded, and then we play the best team that we played last year in Osceola. So why not? We're Lakeland. We're Lakeland. We want to be in that showcase. We want everybody to understand that we're running to the smoke. We're not running away from it. And every single day that we get out there, that's what we're working for. We're working for that, not a county championship, no disrespect. But we won the national title. We got 2 already. Why not get another? So the standard is different here. This is what it is. So we're running to that.
Coach, what do you do with all these seniors? That kid that is sitting right to your right, how do you get him exposure? A group of guys ahead of him, more experience and all that, but he's obviously a special talent. You're not talking about. How do you bring that along and keep that out?
This is real. This kid young beside me, Malik Morris, he was a freshman on last year's team. And last year's team, 31 seniors. 31 seniors. We got kids all around America that were on that team right now. And if you sat them all in the room, and this is the truth, if you sat them all in the room and said, but that one might be the best one, a freshman, no one put up a fight. And it's not that they're not saying that the kid isn't better than them, but that's the kind of respect that he garnered coming in as a freshman and being around all these kids, doing everything, what they're saying, but at the same time, stepping up to that role, being a leader as a freshman, doing the things that they know that they can depend on this young man about. We're very excited about his ability. When he went to these camps, I was just talking to the University of North Carolina. I told them before he left about the chance of him being special, and all of a sudden they look at some of their standing bar jumps. He had the best one at 240 pounds. Best standing bar jump at a camp at the University of North Carolina. So little things like that, like this kid has the sky's the limit. He's gonna remain one of the more humble kids. We're gonna continue to keep him humble. These seniors around him will as well, but he just fits right in. And what they call him is the same thing we call him. He's a unicorn. He's different. He's just different. He can do a little bit of everything before practice and after practice. He takes the football and throws it 70 yards. Come on out and check it out. So he's just a little different. I don't know what we might, do some quarterback stuff with him. We'll see how that goes, but he's a special kid, and as long as he can stay humble, the sky's the limit for him.
You brought some hardware with you, the state championship trophy. Is that obviously the goal for this season, and how do you kind of rally your guys, especially with you being a first-year head coach? How do you rally your guys to get back to that and raise that hardware?
Well, that is just a reminder for us to understand that we should be ticked off because we feel disrespected, to be 100% honest with you. We feel like people think that this trophy was won on the tails of the greatest coach ever, and then 31 really good seniors, and they're all gone. And that's their hardware. And the guys that were here last year had nothing to do with that. So that's just this is just a reminder to us about, hey fellas, this is what they won. It's our turn now. So the reality is, we have a chip on our shoulder so big because we're champs too, but people don't treat us like it. So it's time for us to go get ours. That's the way we look at it. And we know, the difference is we know what it takes to get there. It's not a mystery to us. So we're going to do double of what it takes. Because we're trying to play until Christmas. This whole semester, our goal is to be playing football. That's our goal. We know that's what it takes. We've been there, done it, so it's time to do it again.
Coach, congratulations on the new role. What do you think you were able to learn from Coach Castle? What is your coaching style? And can you talk about the process of trying to establish your coaching style? Maybe can you give some fun examples of practices, the spring game, and how this process has went to try to really establish yourself as your style of coaching?
Like I said earlier, learning under Coach Castle was the blessing of blessings. In the beginning of my career, I was in North Carolina, I was a spread coach, and what I wanted to do was a lot of different things. I wanted to be multiple, and then I remember, I'll never forget, and I stopped doing this ever since, but we had a talk show radio deal up in Fayetteville, and one of the coaches got up there, and he was unanimous, and he said, yeah, he's gonna be all right. I was 26 years old. He was like, he's gonna be all right, but he doesn't have an identity. That bothered me. It bothered me to the end. So 10, 15 years later, then I get the chance to work with Coach Castle, and that's the same thing everybody says about him as far as his play calling. He doesn't have an identity because one day you'll see him in the eye, the second you'll see him in double wing, then you'll see him in wishbone, then you see him in spread, then you see him in goal line. And when I was 2018, I was coaching in Sebring. We just got put out of the playoffs by Ormwood. I came to a practice, the game. I came to the second round game, and I saw Coach Castle's offense, and I said, man, I want to learn this because he's everywhere. He's everywhere. He doesn't have a quote-unquote identity. So I wanted to learn, how did he make that an identity? How did he make being so multiple an identity? And that's the thing that I've learned over these past 4 years is how to practice that. It is a way to practice being very multiple. And the reality is it gives the defense nightmares because you can't just sit up and say, I'm going against 2x2 this week. I'm going, spread or I formation or whatever, double wing. We're going to hit you with everything. We're really good at everything. We got the talent to do it. So I think that's the thing that I've learned the most from him is just how to be very multiple in your approach. As far as the spring game goes, it's a litmus test for us. We want to know where we are, and we schedule Lake Mineola for a reason. People don't give Lake Mineola credit. Lake Mineola was a top 3 team in the state last year scoring, and because we only held them to 6 points, people think they weren't that good. Same thing with Clearwater Academy. Clearwater Academy beat Dennis last year. We held them to 6 points, so people don't think they're that good. Our defense was special. Our defense was special. So reality is, going against Lakeland and Neola in the spring, we knew what we were getting ourselves into. They had talent all over the place. Let's see how we, line up and do against them. And they put up 32 on us. So ever since, what we've been doing is trying to make the adjustments to not let that happen again, to get it right. So this whole process has been a blessing. Every step of the way, we wake up with a goal in mind. Like I said, some of these kids beat me to the office. I'm not lying. That's the reality. Some of them beat me to the office. I'm there 45 minutes early. They're there. I don't know what time to get there, to be honest. But that's just, we're all on the same pathway. And that's the beautiful thing about it.
I'm assuming having an experienced coaching staff has helped with the transition. But what was it like the first practice? You're in charge. It's not Bill Castle voice. Everybody's waiting to hear it. Y'all making these calls or something. I mean, what was that like that first practice?
I'm gonna tell you, the only way that works is if you have some good meetings before the first practice, and we're all on the same page. I got the best staff in the world, and I got the opportunity to work with these guys the last 4 years. And there wasn't a lot of change. We got Coach George now, who's been with me forever. He coached with me in North Carolina, and then he went down. He was in the Texas area going against Duncanville every other week. Like he's a great hire. And then like I said, we also got Coach Kelvin Broom. Those were the 2 new hires that we were able to bring on. But everybody else has been around this thing for a while. So when we're sitting in meetings and we're talking about that this period we're doing this period we're doing that, this period we're doing that, we're all as one. It's unison. I don't have to raise my voice. I let my coaches coach. That's the beautiful thing about it. And then at the end, that's the first time you'll hear me say, it's time to break it down. But other than that, every coach is coaching. We all have our role. We're all on the same page.
Was it all like a surreal feeling that maybe the first practice that you wasn't out there, that it was just, you guys did it or something, or like you said, you kind of prepared for it?
So, I'll be honest. I can say this now. I kind of knew about Coach Castle last June. I've known for a while. The last game, Osceola, this is the first time I've ever said this, I was tearing up. That was our last home game of the season. Win, lose, or draw. This was, in my mind, I already knew it was a big chance that this was going to be the last game with Coach Castle. So when we were doing warm-ups, I had tears everywhere, man. I was trying not to let people see it because the magnitude of that moment, knowing that this might be the last time I'm out here with him. So the reality is, these moments that are played out now and are playing out, I've been ahead 6 months than everybody. I've already known because I've been told earlier. So, it was definitely surreal still when it happened, but at least I had that little preparation of knowing earlier.
What about the players? How long did it take for you guys to be at practice and be able to accept it and the different points you guys are looking at?
I ain't gonna lie, when I had first found out, it was crazy. Castle been there for a long time, and since I was a kid, I've been a junior player under Coach Castle. So just being up on him, it was a great experience, just for him being a coach and teach me how to be a man on the field and off the field. So when I found out, it was crazy. I didn't believe it at first. I was Broncos for your phone and he wanted to answer about the national phone. I'm calling everybody. I'm like, and this can't be true. I had seen Polk posting. I seen everybody reposting, so I'm like, nah, this can't be real. And then a couple minutes later, a couple hours later, Coach Frazier called me like, yeah, man, the saying is true. So really, it take a little minute, been up on here for 3 years, and that's all you really know. And so it was kind of hard, but it's just he built it in us, he don't let us do everything with us. So at Lakeland, it's just winning, you're around winning, so it just kind of make it a little bit more easier.
I got one more question. I gotta ask this. We know you got plenty of skill talent. We know about the head hunters, and we know about the secondary, secondary group. So there's one question mark that's surrounding the dread house right now, at least for me, is the trenches. So can you talk about that unit, talk about the depth of that group, and what can you expect as we head to the fall season?
It's a great question. These kids the group we have is working. They're working hard. And we were just in there raving about a couple of them that anybody in the state would love, and they didn't even play last year. That's the thing that we're like, these kids are so, we're green. We're green in the interior. We moved our starting tight end who had a big game in that state championship game. He had a big time. He's playing defensive end, outside linebacker now. He's still playing some tight end, but he's being recruited more so on that side. So we feel like let's put these kids in a position that's going to help them the best too. But it also helped us this year, because we need that. But we've got some good guys in the interior. Tony Emmons is going to be a good one for us that people don't know a thing about, but he's about 6'3", 315, and he's got great feet. Our starting center from last year did return. He's one of the only returners that did start. We've got probably the biggest, strongest kid in the county, Devontae Kendrick. They call him Big Duke, and his conditioning has gotten a lot better. He was able to finish our conditioning test yesterday, which wasn't easy at all. So we've got some big guys, and then over the spring, a couple of our guys that are really good on the defensive line side were playing offensive line, so they didn't even get to play on the defensive line side. But now we do have guys in the trenches on that side, so that is the biggest question mark, and that's why we schedule the way we schedule, because Norland isn't coming out here to play, Tiddlywinks, and Armwood isn't coming out here to play Tiddlywinks, and neither is St. Joe. So we know we're going to be tested early. We're going to be tested early, and we'll get to places. We'll get everything right. So appreciate it.
Thank you guys for coming. We definitely wish you guys luck this year. Hopefully you guys can get back to the state championship and represent Polk County.
Hey, real quick, we just want to say we thank all of you guys for what you do, the way that you guys cover sports in the state of Florida. I'm from North Carolina. So just being out here and seeing all that Mr. Roy does and all of you guys do, and H2, both ways, it's different. I know there's a lot of comments around here that wish they had the type of coverage and care that you guys do give. So we really appreciate you guys for having us.
What you think you for, bro?
Bartow takes it.
Y'all supposed to look up the toe, right?
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with part 2. You guys can go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Brent Tyree, class of 2024.
Jaden Williams, class of 24. Tavares Murray, class of 2025.
Tyler Eden, head football coach.
Keon Bruce, class of 2024.
Jason, class of 2024.
Glad to have you guys here. Thank you for coming, Coach. Talk to me a little bit about Bartow, the community and the culture. With you being a year one head coach at Bartow, what is it like there from the community? What is, as a sense of community?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first off, thank you so much for having us. This is a blessing to be here. We're really excited about this upcoming year. What can I say about Bartow? Well, I'll tell you, it's one of the most beautiful communities as far as support, as far as pageantry and tradition. I mean, you're talking about one of 3 schools in Polk County that have multiple football state championships, and so they have a rich tradition of 15 plus NFL players, so many Division I players that have gone on to have great success, and a community that just loves their sports, loves their kids, and so it's been a real blessing to be there, to be able to tap into that community. Obviously, I'm from Ohio, and so they've embraced me like I'm one of their own, and me and my wife and my daughter, and these guys as well, and so just really excited for them to get out there on the field here soon.
Bartow is titled the home champions, and if you look across Bartow athletics, cheerleading, softball, basketball, they've all won multiple state championships in the past 5 to 7 years. How do you get football back to that standard at the home champions?
Yeah, well, I think, the first thing you do is you close the gates, right? There's a lot of kids from Bartow that are playing at a lot of other schools and winning them a lot of games, right? And so you really build a great connection and support system with the youth programs, and you're able to make sure that they're a big part of what you're doing. Okay, we got to make sure we keep kids at home. Number two, I think structurally, you make sure that you're able to maximize the resources that you have access to. Okay, you're able to make sure that you're putting a program in place in the off season where these young men are able to maximize their abilities in terms of the weight room, which is something that is very important to us. And then I think you got to have guys that on staff, especially, that know how to win. So one of the first orders of business that I did was I hired 5 coaches from the '96 team that won the state championship. Danny Smith, the head football coach of that team, and a coach that's won multiple state championships, comes around all the time, helps out all the time. And so we have winners around here now, and you have young men that know how to win because we have a basketball program that knows how to win, a great coach, a legendary coach who's instilled it into them. And then you got kids that win in Little League. That's all they do, they come up winning. And so now you need to have people who have been here, who it means everything to them to bring that winning tradition back, and that's one thing that was our top priority.
Coach, just from interacting with you, whether it's 77 or even today, I can feel the passion you have for this school. So just talk about the importance it is to make a statement this year, and what have you been working on during the offseason to kind of gel these guys together and let them know the history of Bartow?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, winning is everything. When you win, it covers a multitude of sins, right? So we understand that. Well, I'll tell you what we've done, again, it started with mentality, all about culture, right? And so for us, it was bringing back winning culture, winning tradition, whether it's something as small as how you paint the field, to how the helmets look, to what we do in practice, right? It's the structure. So, we had to start there. Now, number two, these young men, I'll tell you, I mean, you can't do anything without talent. And so we certainly have a lot of that here. And they bought into the weight room, which, again, it's such a big part of how you win games, to the practice structure, to working hard, to being here. I mean, we had, on average, I want to say 85 to 90 kids in the weight room every single day. We have a board in our room where guys come in and they write their tally down and they clock in. And there's accountability and there's excitement about that. And, so that's the big part of it. And then just making sure these guys are on the same page, right? We've been making sure that we're teaching and coaching well. And then also the last part is they know that we love them, right? They want to be here. And that's what we're excited about is, we want to make sure that we create an environment where our young men become great young men, great football players, and ultimately they leave understanding their value and that they're loved and appreciated.
And just to follow up for these players, how important is this season going in? You guys have been hearing a lot of talk on social media and whatnot. But how is it important you have some new additions as well? How important is it for you guys to go out this season and rep the Yellow Jackets? Let people know, hey, Bartow has a long history of winning.
So I wasn't at Bartow the last year, but I'm back. Want to finish my last year at home, represent the city. For my last year, I want to go out like a bang. Want to make a deep playoff run, something that hasn't been there in a minute, first round exits. And I just want to bring the city back, basically.
Hey, you. What's been the biggest challenge in taking over the program?
Is he able to? Me being an upcoming senior, I really want to get my name out there because I've been at Togo my whole life since 5 for 5 playing with these guys. I love them. And I'm ready to get our name out there, get Togo back to where we used to be back in '96. You got to get that work in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You can repeat that last question.
What's been the biggest challenge in taking over the program?
Well, I mean, the biggest challenge was, I'm from Ohio, right? And there's, the biggest challenge was getting here one day before spring practice started. The biggest challenge was figuring out who's going to be on my staff. But I have a verse, and a Bible verse, and it's basically trust in the Lord with all your heart. And that's what I've tried to do every single day, And I think since doing so, God has brought me great people to come around and support these young men. He's obviously, we have great players here, and we've been building what we call the championship winning culture. But I'd say the biggest challenge was just moving, right, from 1,500 miles away, getting here one day before practice starts, and then getting in gear for spring, and different obstacles throughout that period. But I'm very proud of the way that we did it. We were able to win our game, and now we've had a great summer.
We able to, with the move and getting in late, accomplish what we wanted to do from the spring to now that you go into the fall, where you think you should be, you've been part of programs that have been, come on.
Absolutely, yeah. I've been in a few different places, whether it was a program that we were turning around back into a winner, whether it was a brand new program. I feel really good about where we are. You know, there's always work to be done. We talk about it here within our walls. We say 1% better each day, and that's all we focus on. You know, we want to be 13-9-4, which is the 13th regional championship, 13th district, 9th regional, 4th state champion at Bartow. But we understand that you don't win that in a day, and it takes time. It takes winning every single day, and that's what we focus on. And I feel like, as of right now, we're in a really good spot, but we got to continue to get better.
You talked about, we talked the other day about the other guys from the 96 team and how the program. How do you balance the kind of looking, having those guys being around and look back at what the program was, and at the same time focus on the future, not looking back, you know, and all that.
Absolutely, and it's a balance, but I would say our coaches do an incredible job of it because they understand that was then and this is now, and we have so much talent and so many great young men in our program that our coaches have just embraced kind of the newness of that, and our job as coaches is just to be a gap in that bridge because there was a time period obviously where we weren't able to succeed in that level, and so I think we've done a really good job. And, I think the players would attest to it, of the coaches kind of bringing that energy, that winning mentality, whether it's a guy like Terrell Parham, who played a national championship at Virginia Tech, to Mitch Murphy, who was a captain on the team. They bring that energy for these young men, but ultimately, it's their team, it's their program, and we tell them that every day. Ultimately, we can give you the structure, but you have to make the choices to make it go. And they make the choices, and I've seen it day after day after day. So, you know, we're excited about reminding them of who they are and who Bartow is, but now they're the generation that gets to get it back on track.
The minor rivalry, week 0. Talk to me about it a little bit. You have two of the county's premier defensive back prospects to your right, and Tavares Murray and Jacob Williams. Week 0, you play Fort Meade, who probably has the best receiver tandem in the county. Talk to me a little bit about that game and what that means to Bartow and you as your first game as Bartow head coach.
Yeah, well, you know, hey, no doubt. They're a great program. They have a great head coach. They have a lot of talent. They're to be respected, and we're looking forward to the opportunity to play in week 0. We understand it's a rivalry. We want to win. They want to win, and we're looking forward to competing. Of course, you know, you mentioned the defensive back versus receiver. We can get into that all day, but we just look at it. Hey, we need to do our job 1 through 11 and handle business, so we go out and win a rivalry game and get on to Martin County. But trust me, we're preparing every single day, and we're excited for the opportunity to host them, and we'll see you guys there as we know.
Coach, having an opportunity to come from Ohio where football is huge, and coming here, and from spring until now, what has surprised you about the state of Florida? Because you've been at a few things, you know, during the spring and then during the summer. What kind of surprised you, besides the talent, passion, the amount of athletes that are on the field? What has kind of surprised you?
Yeah, you know, I would say the biggest surprise is that Florida is a lot more, in my opinion, it's a lot closer to what the now landscape of college football is, because you have so many moving pieces, and because it's open enrollment. I mean, just being honest, so you kind of, you know, you never know, but I would say it's a good thing for me, because I like to think of myself as a player's coach, where my players know I love them. If you love them, there's never going to be a reason to leave, and you're making sure that you're helping them to be the best they can be. But I'd say that was the biggest surprise to me, and just kind of working throughout those, you know, how that goes and everything. But the talent-wise, I mean, you know, there's a lot of speed, a lot of talent down here. There's talent in Ohio. Both states love football, a lot of pageantry and excitement and tradition. But I think both states are comparable and different at the same time, if that makes sense. But I would say the thing that has been the best surprise is just how passionate our fan base is and our community is. And so I'm looking forward to really getting in a real game environment where we're at home and have all those people there and all that excitement.
Coach, I've been asking this question throughout the day because, you know, the 77 and even Lakeland mission, the wide receivers versus DBs, we're trying to get them lost in the skill positions. At the prep level, we know it's where the trenches where things happen, right? So just kind of talk about that unit. How do you feel about those group of guys?
I love it. I love where we're at. You know, we got guys like this, Mike Cameron Bruce, who's going to be a senior. He's our 3 technique. I mean, he's an incredibly hard worker. He's made massive strides in his bench and his squat and everything. And we just maxed out again. He's done an amazing job. It is different, right? 7-on-7, you get 5 seconds to throw the ball, okay? In reality, you probably have 2. Maybe in this county especially, we have so much talent off the edge and whatnot, so you really got to make sure in those 7-on-7s you're working things that you're going to do in season. And then as far as the offensive line, I mean, I couldn't be happier that Brett Tyree's a senior. It's my left tackle. One of the guys said looks like he's 40. I mean, he's awesome, right? We got all the way down the line. We have so many young men who, you know, who I'll give you an example. O-line comes in every Friday at 6 a.m. to work on their own, to run through the plays. Running backs come, so they've been working on their own. I suggested it, but I don't make them do it. But we have 20 offensive linemen, 5 running backs, quarterbacks, tight ends coming in every day, because we understand that at this level, the team that can run the football and stop the run is going to win, especially when you have the secondary that we have. I mean, we have a lot of time. We're loaded. So when you got guys that can cover, the game becomes who can win the trenches. And so that's what we've really poured a lot into. And I credit my guys, I mean, for just working so hard in the weight room.
And just to, we're going to stay on the offensive group. You know, you got a 2-sport athlete like the guy right here, right? He plays basketball and football. I know about your defensive group, but just talk about that offensive group. How you feel about those guys? I know about Lane, center. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I feel really good. I mean, in the spring game against Kathleen, we were able to rush for, we were able to rush for 350 yards, and that was our first game together. I mean, those guys kind of barely knew the scheme. We were working through it in 4 weeks to try to get them up to speed, and so for us to be able to do that, I thought that was really good. We had 3 guys carry the ball for over 50 yards. Our quarterback, KJ Valentine, ran for 185 yards, and I think in this system, a guy like that is going to be able to perhaps be utilized a little bit better because he is a dual threat guy. We have another running back named Travion Hines, and you don't know him yet, but I promise you will. He's a very talented young man, sophomore, who's already getting Division I attention at a high level. And then offensively, I mean, we got a lot of weapons on the outside now as well. And then you talk about a guy like this who, my challenge to him this offseason was I need to see your improvements in blocking. You know, you're a Division I tight end, but if you want to be as effective as you can be and go as far as you want to go, you have to make those strides. And he absolutely accepted that challenge. His physicality's gotten better, and you see what he can do on the jump ball. I mean, everybody knows that part, right? But I feel very good about where we are. And Blaine Walker, as you mentioned, competing for that spot. Both of those guys have unique talents that I think are going to be able to be utilized this season. But there's no question about our identity. We want to be able to spread guys out, but at the end of the day, we also know we got to control that line of scrimmage and be able to average, 4 or 5 yards a carry.
Gotcha. Well, we want to thank you guys. If you want to say anything, the floor is yours. Definitely love the energy at the new toe way or no way. Definitely excited to come cover you guys. Good to see you back in Orange, Jaden. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, best secondary in Polk County, hands down.
Thank you guys again. Thank you so much for having us. Appreciate all the work that you guys do. Like Coach said before us, it's that's also what makes this place so special. And I mentioned that to Polk when I left the first time. The coverage and the way that you guys celebrate these young men, please keep that going because it's so special. It makes this place special. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. Good luck, Coach.
Alrighty, we're here with the Lakeland Christian Vikings, one of my favorite teams in Polk County. Glad to see you guys here. I'll let you guys go ahead and introduce yourself.
Trey Berry, class 2025. Ian Gomez, class 2025.
Coach Sean Matias.
Killian O'Neill, class of 2025.
Josh Bellamy, class of 2025.
Coach, kind of talk to me about what are the challenges in being a smaller private school here in Polk County. Lakeland Christian always is known to compete amongst the smaller schools, but what challenges do you guys have, keeping kids in, even when you're having to play younger guys, sometimes 8th and 9th graders, on the varsity level?
Yeah, you're exactly stating part of the challenge. You got so many young guys all the time. But the big challenge is getting guys in, especially when you're trying to get guys in from other schools within the county. It's tough. Nobody wants to really come to Lakeland Christian School and other times because we're not the dominant football force like everybody else is in the county. So I think that's the big problem is changing that outlook within the county that we are somebody to play with, and that we can play football at a really high level year in and year out.
What was it like playing against Victory and creating that rivalry? It's not a game that's been played in the past, and we spoke with Victory earlier, and we all could agree that it was an instant classic, especially that first meeting. 2 wins by 2 points. Kind of talk to me about that new rivalry.
Yeah, no, it's been awesome to finally have the opportunity to play against those guys. It's been a blessing. I think it's showcased talent between the two schools and how much talent both schools truly have. They're in the same situation as we are, being a small school in the county, but 2 very, very good programs throughout the last decade. I feel like that have really put their mark on this county, but it's been a great matchup with those, and I love that battle every single year. It's a great battle to go out there and compete with those guys year in, year out. Hopefully, the next few years at least.
You guys were a playoff team last year, losing to John Carroll by 1 possession. This offseason, this spring and summer, what has been different to ensure that you guys, can take that next step and not lose by 1 possession when it matters most?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good question there. So the big thing that we went into this spring was we were able to get so many more young guys reps because we were so young. So I mean, we started that spring game, I think, with 5 8th graders that would be freshmen this year. So I think that's been the big change is that we have so many young guys getting reps now. I mean, all these guys up here are 25, so all of them have another year after this, which is, it's crazy to think about how young we are. We're going to graduate, I think, 7 seniors. So I think that's the biggest change right now, is making sure that depth-wise, everybody is fully ready to go when their number's called on.
You have a guy over here on the end, Mr. Berry. You said your name, but I didn't recognize you. You look a lot more heavy. You look like you've been working on your body, working on your game. What has this offseason meant to you, and what have you done to improve your game?
I step in because we lost a lot of seniors this year, so I had to become more a leader of the team and show them what it takes to get in the playoffs, get deep in the playoffs.
You guys lost Parker St. John quarterback, T.C. Bell, Dre Hughes, a couple of D1 prospects. How are you guys stepping up and being leaders? And this is for everybody. How are you guys stepping up and being leaders? Obviously, Coach brought you guys because you are the leaders on the team. I see you guys with the low numbers 1 and 2. That's always a statement. How are you guys leading those young guys, even though you aren't the seniors?
Everything starts in the weight room. We got to work in the weight room, work off the field. We got to build our team chemistry up. Keep working.
Just keep the intensity up every day. Day in, day out. Just keep the intensity up.
Like a couple main things. We gotta keep the passion. Going into the playoffs last year, the passion wasn't the same as it was when it was the start of the season. Some people didn't have that drive of wanting to play football. And some of the things we have to lead is telling them it's okay to make mistakes. You gotta be able to, if you watch us make mistakes, you guys can tell us what we did wrong and we're gonna help you, and we can build a chemistry to make each other better.
We got a lot of young guys like ourselves, so the main thing is just making sure that they know they can make mistakes, they can make up for their mistakes, and to ask questions, make sure that they know that they're in a safe place to just mess up. You feel me? So we show them as leaders that we can make mistakes and then bounce back from it. So we want to show the younger guys below us, because we got a lot of 8th graders, 9th graders, 27 and stuff like that. So we're just trying to show them that they just can relax.
Let me ask, who's the quarterback? Coach, talk about the quarterback. I know he's up there. How do you clue about that?
No, so we don't have a starter yet. None of these guys are starters at all. Yeah, it's a competition at every position. So the quarterback position, our start in the spring game was going to be a 9th grader, Brody Brenneman. And then we just got in Preston Garcia, who's quarterback at Lakeland. He'll be, I think he's 26, if I'm correct. Yeah, and then we have DJ Howard. He's kind of a skilled kid from Plant City. He just came in this summer as well. He'll be back there and get some reps as well. So that's kind of, we'll have 3 guys back there to start it.
You personally, which unit are you most excited about?
I want to see what the O-line does this year. You know, we returned 4 starters, young group again. So out of that 3 or 4 starters, 3 of them will return next year as well. So 4 of them started. 3 will have. This will be their 2nd year of starting. So I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see what they can do up front because I think it'll be a great year for them with what we're going to do.
These for the boys. What do y'all do in the off season? Whether that's throw the ball together, you know what I'm saying, link up after whatever practice or whatever. What do y'all do in the off season to kind of keep that chemistry going?
We have our days off. We'll come to the field, throw routes, get some chemistry with our quarterbacks, go over plays, stuff like that.
Piggyback on what you said, we have film too, so we'll go back and watch film. I personally, what I've done is I've played Madden a little bit, and I'll watch my position and try to see if there's different moves that I can watch that they do in the game, and I try to portray it in real life.
Coach, what about this young man here on the corner? Obviously, young player, so lots of talent. How do you get him more involved?
Yeah, so Trey's great football mind. I mean, coach on the field defensively, great piece there, very important. He'll be helping us a lot more offensively this year, I believe. We'll put him in a little more different personnel groupings we go into. He'll play a little bit more offense than you've seen in the past 2 years from him. Defensively, it'll still be the same. He'll be the moving piece, move around. He'll be the dude on defense that will line the defense around.
So how do you guys maintain focus? Like a school like Fort Meade has a lot of hype coming into this season. You know, you guys usually will beat Fort Meade. How do you guys handle not being a team of focus, so to speak, by the media and the public?
No, it's a good question. We take it every single game. It's the exact same approach to every game. I don't care who we're playing. It's going to be the same preparation from coaches, from players. There's no game taken off depending on who we're playing. And yeah, we'll let the social media stuff go. That's not who we are. We're just going to play football. And that's how it is. And take the same approach each week, day in and day out.
That's all we have for you guys. If you guys have anything you want to leave us with, we're definitely glad you came. You know, hopefully you guys get back to another district championship. Me personally, I love the standard at Lakeland Christian. Going back to even when Kate Denhoff was there, and before him, Lakeland Christian to me is one of the more traditional programs and the programs that, you know, if they're on your schedule, it's not going to be an easy victory. So I just wanted to wish you guys luck, and you know, if you guys have anything.
I just want to say thank you to y'all guys for coming out today and hosting this event. It's been awesome for the kids, for the exposure, just everything social media wise. Thank y'all for what y'all do.
Appreciate y'all. Like a bid, huh? Wait on working.
We are back at the afternoon session with the Fort Meade Miners. Thank you guys for coming, and I'll let you guys go ahead and introduce yourself.
Joshua Porter, class of 24.
Ryan Street, class of 24.
Damian Silva, class of 24.
Assistant coach Anthony Russell.
Mike Brown, class of 2024. Samad Bennett, class of 2024.
And Kirkland, class of 2025.
So first of all, I want to say thank you guys for coming. I recently got to cover you guys at the Polk County 7-on-7 tournament. I'm surprised to not see the trophy as you guys were victorious over several teams that were here today. Kind of talk to me like that, and kind of talk to me about that, and like what's been going into this summer for you guys to be able to pull out a victory like that.
Was that for me or the players? Well, I felt like we didn't bring the trophy because that's a great momentum booster. That's not our goal this year. Our goal is the state championship, so we don't see that in shorts. And shorts don't matter. We want to be waiting for the patch to come on.
And just coming in all summer, all of our teammates ready to work every day, give 100% effort, and just log in. We all want the same goal, and everybody wants to be a part of it, so we just working hard every day.
Us being a brotherhood, and it's not just being about who get all the glory or who get all this. Like, we all care about winning. That's all that's on our mind. Win. So as long as we win, that's all that matters.
I want you to come right out and shake it up, right? You guys got some rising talent, new addition. Talking to town right now when it comes to Polk County. Does this motivate you guys, or like, how does that make you feel?
Me personally, I love the target in the back. As far as other people saying our name and stuff, we want that. We want all that smoke. We're coming for it, and we're gonna have some great games this year. Our focus is on us. We don't have to speak on other teams because as long as we're getting better every day and improving, we're good.
Obviously, we know Mr. Josh Porter, top 200 prospect in the state, but I kind of want to talk about the guy next to him. I didn't really know much about Ryan Screen until the main event camp, and he was wanting to go every single rep. If I didn't tell him no, let somebody else go, he was going to continue going. What kind of hunger has he brought to the rest of the squad? Because I see, the dog in him that wants the exposure, that wants to show that he's one of the best. What has he done for the rest of the locker room, and has he brought that mentality for me?
Yes, his competitiveness, in my opinion, is unmatched. That's everything we do, the weight room, sprints, anything. He's trying to be first. He's not the only one, but like you say, it's like a virus. It spreads through the team. We were looking forward to him having a big year last year. Some unfortunately happened. He had to move away. He came back, and, just a little slow as far as understanding, concepts then, because he came from another school. But once he got it down, he hit the ground running. And so this year, we're looking for a huge year out of him.
Coach Landon mentioned the bar, obviously, but you brought some beef in there that's sitting right next to you. Talk about that offensive line unit. What are you looking forward to?
Me personally, I feel like these two guys right here don't get enough credit for the work they've done. Like when we won the 7-on-7, we heard a lot of, they just, they ain't got no line. They all skilled players. This guy right here is strong as out. This guy's strong as out. They can move, and we're ready to move people, right, from
Here from the two guys, what y'all working on technique-wise?
Technique, we got a new running back coming in, Keelan Mason, and really think he's top 5 in the Polk County, if not the best running back in Polk County. And I'm excited to block for him this year. We've been working on a lot of run blocking, a lot of steps all summer. We've hit the weight really hard, getting the numbers up. They'll show on the field once it comes.
the other thing back?
I mean, technique-wise, we're going to get it faster, stronger. Like you said,
Does Jenkins
running
go
back
up? Are they after
brings
Jenkins after them?
a different type of offense to like what we do. So I think that'll be good.
So just for you, man,
After formation.
back from last year, after the loss of Lewis, is that kind of, you got together afterwards and kind of said, listen, we got to work harder this offseason?
It's more him than social media right now.
The line game, you've done a lot.
Because I need to
If I can hear from you and some of the other players,
headshots
was
and
that a
stuff.
real motivator, losing a game?
Yeah, the head coach, but I can wait until after they're done.
Most definitely. Leaving out of close that night.
Because it'll give me time to get my other stuff situated.
We ourselves. So I knew all season all we had to do was improve, and we had a great spring. That's without any transfers. We was already excited about our team. The swag that our guys playing with now, we love it.
Yeah, that Clewiston loss was pretty rough, but I think this is a really great motivator because this year is going to be way different. We made too many mistakes that game. We should have made the adjustments earlier, and this year we're coming back way stronger.
Losing is not, in my opinion, it's not all bad, it's a lesson. So when you lose, you got an opportunity to come back, you gonna make sure that you don't make the same mistakes again. You make sure that you don't leave it in the air, or don't leave it up to the other team whether the game gonna be won or not. You go, you win the game.
And then after the loss to Clewiston, seeing the seniors that had to leave on that loss, you don't want that to happen again this year. So we're definitely ready to work harder and go for it.
Coach, how do you get that guy down there the ball when everybody knows you're trying to get the ball?
We have different ways. We'll put him in motion. He'll be in the slot. He'll line up in the backfield some. He'll line up out wide. So it's going to be very hard for somebody to zero in on him. But then if they do, they take him out the box. We also have a running back named Markel Baker. We're very high on. We feel like he's going to run the ball along with Kavion. And if they want to, respect our receivers like they should, then it's only going to be like 6 or 7 in the box, and we're going to eat.
What about defensively? What do you guys have coming back and what are you excited about?
So we got 6 returning starters on defense. Our secondary is our strength. In my opinion, we got the best secondary around. We got Kyler Simmons at a cornerback position. We gave up 2 touchdowns all last year playing press man. The other spot, we got a lot of competition. Kamarian Simmons, Tedrick Simon. We're very strong at the safety position. 2 rising sophomores. One of them started 2 years in a row. And Davion Borders, and then Omari Russell.
I got one for Kirkland. I think you track too, but how's the transition, man? I remember when we first laid eyes on him at that the A63 showcase, when we thought you was going to be somebody, you turned out to be that. So what have you worked on? You see you worked on your body this offseason. How excited are you to show everybody that you're a real deal with the pass?
I'm very excited about it because in my part, I feel like I ain't get the recognition I needed. So, and I'm learning from best receiver core in Polk. So, the weight room different, everything different, ready to work.
Quarter pushing?
Yes, sir.
I want to apologize for y'all up here because I probably put a target on y'all back. But yes, sir. So as long as y'all embracing it and not hating me for it. But how are you guys kind of responding to the chatter locally? Fort Meade seems to be one of the more promising teams. All of you guys, can play football at the next level. Some of you guys Division I. Porter ranked as a 3-star. Your quarterback is a high caliber baseball player, can play Division I football if he elected to. How do you guys, kind of keep your head down and stay focused?
We keep our head down by grinding in the weight room, field experience. It kills me every time, but this guy made sure I get it done, and then push me. The whole team pushed me, and we just a family, so it helps.
none of that talk from anywhere around in a small county means anything to us. We're a brotherhood, and we're working every day, and we're striving for a different goal. We're gonna win a state championship, and we're just working every day towards that goal.
Like they said, we come in, we work every day. We ain't worried about what anybody else really says. It don't matter. We working every day, and I'll take us over any team we face against.
And with the chatter, we're coached not to respond to it because at the end of the day, we know what we're doing. No one else does. So we're grinding every day, blocking out the chatter, and just ready to see whoever comes on Friday night.
Last one for me, Coach, for these seniors, man, how proud are you of these guys and just watch these guys develop, win or lose, you know what I mean, just as young men, how proud are you of these seniors?
I'm extremely proud of these guys. I think they understand the love and the respect that we have for them. And a couple of these guys transferred in, and they'll tell you the difference between our program and a lot of us. Even when we have bad seasons, we're still a program. There's a difference between a program and a team. See what I'm saying? Like we led by Christ. We believe in God. We work hard. We're gonna work them like they know we work. We work. They're gonna have to go through anything mentally. They go through it. So we're ready for anything.
The floor is y'all's. We thank you guys for coming out. Definitely wish you guys luck in that district with Mulberry, Tenor Rock, and Cross Crew. We'd love to see Fort Meade get over the hump. Again, wish you guys luck and thank you guys for coming. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
They better do something.
We're here with the Jenkins Eagles, fresh in the all black Nike uniforms. They came deep. Glad to see you guys. I know you guys put in a lot of work. So I'll let you guys go ahead and introduce yourself.
Believe Murray, class of 2025. Cameron Turner, class of 25. Robert Newman, class of 25. Youth Prep, class of 24.
Coach Paul Freeman.
Edward Lake, class of 25. Zephaniah Rogers, class of 26.
Cole Skeen, class of 24.
Anthony Cash, class of 24. Demarion Dawson, class of 24.
Coach Freeman, just to get started, you're fairly new at George Jenkins. This is year 2, correct?
Year 2 as head coach.
Year 2 as head coach.
Year 11 overall.
Awesome. So very tenured. What are you looking to do to change the culture at George Jenkins?
Well, I think the last 10 years or so since Richard Tate came in 10 years ago and kind of set a foundation at Jenkins and what we wanted to be. We wanted to be smash mouth football. We got tired of that perception of George Jenkins not having any ballers. And so he started it 10 years ago, and Coach Canning the last 6, being the longest tenured coach and the winningest coach in Jenkins history for 30 years, he set that into motion as well. And I'm looking to continue that family atmosphere that we've kind of set up, and that's kind of what we sell every year to these guys. Is, they give so much, their parents give so much, everybody is just working their butts off. So we tell them, we say, hey, we're family. We don't like each other all the time, but we love each other all the time. And so that's the thing we've been trying to hang our hat on. And build that culture from the inside out. These guys up here are the epitome of that. And I'm proud of them to be the second-year head coach over there.
You guys are in a pretty tough district. How do you get your guys ready for a gauntlet, so to speak, just in district play?
It is a cliche when you say, 1 week at a time, you want to go 1-0, and you look at our district schedule, and last year was funny. After the hurricane got us, we said we're the first team in Polk County history to play Kathleen and Lakeland in the same week in football. And I said that probably ain't the smartest thing to be known for, right? But to have the city schools, Lakeland's got a proud tradition with Kathleen and Lake Gibson and Lakeland, and we're at George Jenkins. We're kind of the little stepbrother on the south side, and we've been laying there for 30 years trying to build it and try to do what we do. And I think we've had some real competitive games over the years. Last year we had a great game against Kathleen. During the middle of the week, that hurricane makeup was awesome. And the Lake Gibson game was in the 4th quarter. And Lakeland was a damn juggernaut we ran into with them. But that's what they're the blue chips. So we measure ourselves against all 3 of those. And the 10 games we got on our schedule this year, we're looking at every one of them as it's going to be a damn prize fight every single night. And so that's what we're trying to go for. And these guys have went that all summer long, taking one game at a time. It ain't who we're playing that week, it's just we're playing trying to be the best Eagles we can be.
You have Zephaniah Rogers up there, one of the premier 2026 prospects. Kind of talk to me about what it's like when getting certain notoriety amongst your peers, especially with you being one of the younger guys on the team.
Well, in terms of getting notoriety, it kind of helps me because it helps me feel the chip on my shoulder. I feel like it helps me feel the chip on my shoulder because I feel like all the guys are playing for my spot in terms of notoriety. Trying to be as high on that list. I feel like I can really put Jenkins on the map. In terms of play on the field and off the field, in terms of leadership, with all the guys on the team. I just want to be part of that. I want to be part of that family.
Coach, you mentioned it, man. Ever since I graduated, we always be left out when it comes to football, right? We talk about football. So to talk about the off season and what have you guys worked on. You guys still use that as motivation? I know we did. We always relate with this and that. Never talk about you, right? How do y'all use that as motivation and talk about
Yeah, no, man. Like I said, right now, I think we said, and all the coaches and the teams that come up here, that summer is bigger, faster, stronger, right? I mean, you got to get there to compete, especially in Polk County. You're playing teams every single night. And you heard Zeph say it about the chip on the shoulder. I think that's definitely in our DNA at George Jenkins. Like, we've been stepped on, looked over. We're a baseball school, we're a cross-country school, we're a track school, we're everything but a football school. And these guys, a few years ago, they sat down with us and they said, we're tired of that, coach. We're tired of that crap. We had some great years, 18 and 19. Zeph's brother Tyree was our quarterback back then. And so, with him and Marvin and Jordan Dominic, and really kind of set us on the road. But Jordan, that was 3 straight years of winning seasons at Jenkins. That had never been done before. Coach Cannon came in and did that and really put that chip on our shoulder to say, why not us? And these boys have get up and believe them. We had a couple of down years with the COVID came in. And last year, the injuries got us there at the end with the O-line. We had like 4 injuries go out on us, but they battled hard, and all those guys that got that playing time against Kathleen, against Lakeland, against Lake Gibson, they're all back this year, to set that mark. So it's 100% in our DNA. That's what kind of been our mantra of the summer is like, why not us? We're the leaders, we can do it, we play ball, we put pants on, let's go run into some people.
How excited were you when that position opened up? I know you've been on the coaching staff since I was. How excited were you?
Now, Jenkins, I think every coach, when you talk to every coach and every player that comes in here, that's their community. They put on their school colors, they put on that pride, they go to the pep rallies, they live it every single day. So you got to have, I think, some of that passion, and that's what we've always said about, at George Jenkins with Coach Tate, Coach Canning, Coach John Freeman, Coach Thompson. We go there and we talk about that every day as a coaching staff. Is that's what we want. This is our family. We give up our time. All coaches do. We get up our time to come take care of these kids, and we feed them, we give them rides home. We're checking on them, make sure their relationships are going good, their grades. We care about these young men, and to lay that on the line and do that every day, it's a blessing to be able to do that and have that come through and be a part of George Jenkins and show everybody else. That's what we all in here doing. All these guys in here doing, representing their community and representing their families, and we want to continue doing that. And we know we got players that can do that. That's why I brought so many. I wanted y'all to see. These dudes they put in the work, man. They look good. They run hard. Man, they've been working their butts off all summer, and it's been great to watch them transition. We're young. We got a big junior class with some senior seasoned leaders that are in there. But some of our seniors now are getting some looks. Got a couple of offers that went out, from the camp season this year. The young guys, with Zeph and some of these juniors at quarterback, Cam Turner. It's going to be exciting. Man. We're really looking forward to what this has to hold. Yeah, baby.
Well, the first year of the head coach, when you take over the program, it's so important setting the tone of what you want to do. You accomplished what you wanted to do last year in terms of setting that foundation, getting the response from the players, and getting where you wanted to headed in the right where you wanted to go.
Yeah, I think that's a good question for these guys. We talk all the time, about what I want and what I want to do and what I want to accomplish. But the thing I came in last year as the head coach after watching so many good coaches in this county forever, and you got to do it your own way. So I sat them down and asked them, I said, what do y'all want out of this? What can we accomplish? What do you think you can accomplish in doing this? And I told them my plan. And they all looked at me and said, heck yeah, coach, let's do that. And I was like, all right, man. So every single process that we've gone through has been to build that for them. And everything's an eye to them. They'll say it all the time. They'll be like, coach, that's on us. I'm like, nah, guys. I was like, when y'all do good, you get the glory. When we do bad, it's on me. That's I'll take every single bullet for that every single time. And I think that's helped them realize that, they do have coaches in their back. Coach Monroe, our offensive line coach, Coach Freeman and Coach Thompson and Coach MC. They know without a doubt that what we're trying to build, and even if we stumble along the way, that they know that, okay, our coaches got our backs, they're looking out for us, so they're going to give us everything we got. And I think that was what we wanted to implement. We wanted to make sure that we were fighting for each other every single practice, every single rep, every single time we stepped on. What did we say when we went to the community service, right, at the Talbot House? We said, this is something that we wanted to do for our community. It wasn't required. I didn't tell them that, hey, y'all got to show up. But we had, 75 kids come and help paint and help take care of, a place in our community that helps us. And I think that was our foundation that we wanted to get. Because I thought the small things is what they were talking about will take care of the big thing. We all want to win. We can stand up here and say we want to be playing in December. We want to, vie for a district. We want to make the playoffs. Those are all definite goals. But right now, going into July 31st, we're concentrating on those small things that we've been building this last year to make sure that some of those goals can be attained.
Sounds like bringing the players in from the get-go as part of this deal to get after what we want to accomplish, that kind of stuff. Was important more than just sit down and say, this is what this is my program.
Yeah, yes, sir, 1,000%. I don't know. I mean, again, I defer to them. I don't know if we've ever, said it was Coach Freeman's program or it's the Eagles. I've always tried to put it back on them. I was like, guys, we all got coaches. We want to keep playing. We had our time. We thought we were better than what we were. We thought we were glorified. But right now, we wish we could suit up. We talk about that sometimes at the end of practice. We say that, right? It's like, man, I wish I could suit up. I said we can't. I said y'all got to go take care of the business. And so I think bringing them in and giving them that accountability and that ownership of the program, I think it's definitely taken us, hopefully down that road that we want to go to be successful. Yes, sir.
Player exposure is lacking when it comes to Jenkins. I want you to mention a few of these guys, whether they're a leader or a talented prospect. Who's the guy you're trying to get the ball to, and who's the leader on the defensive side?
Oh yeah, baby, that's a good question, because we really hit camp season hard this year. That was one of the things, like Roy, you was asking about, what we wanted to do that first year. I took these guys, how many miles did we cover? All right. 3,200 miles on our camp trips this summer. We took it around and we hit a bunch. We went Auburn, Gardner Webb. We were up at Coastal. We went Georgia Southern. We're down at Kaiser, USF. Coach took Valdosta State. We covered camps. And now getting some good notoriety with, Anthony Cash. Cash, we went up this past weekend. Coach took a group up to Erskine College in South Carolina. Got him an offer. They offered him a scholarship at Erskine. So kind of, just starting some of this. We got Malik Murray down here, defensive end, is getting a lot of great looks as a rising junior, big, good-looking kid that's getting some notoriety at the defensive end, interior line. Robbie Newman, our tackle, 6'4", 290 pounds as a sophomore, is looking, just picking up on that momentum. Zeph getting a lot of great offers, obviously playing defense for us at linebacker as a freshman starter. Every single game last year for us as a freshman, and we don't get that very often. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, I was about to say, Ty Dufer. Ty, he came to us last year, was new to us, and we had, Austin Fitz, who's out at FIU, and Amari Ming is up at Marist. So we had a deep season senior receiving corps. So Ty came in, 6'4", long arms, runs, routes, and asked me from the very beginning, Coach, what can I do? And I told him, I said, work your butt off, son. I was like, it's going to be your time. You came in late. The seasoned guys are there. Learn from him and get it. And he's been killing it ever since day one, Coach. He's going to wake up a lot of people this year, that don't expect him because they haven't seen any tape of him yet.
I hope so. I don't want Jen over there taking
I'm about to say it's Coach Davis now. Jen moved to the girls' side. Yeah. Oh, Jen was your coach? Yeah, man. I love it. Kenny was your coach. Yeah. I love it, man. I love it. We've been working out, trying to figure out. Coach Davis been working with me, sending me basketball guys. We got several dudes on the football team that are playing basketball, and same way with Coach Robo on the track. That's right, baby. He's keeping it running and sharing athletes and trying to get the name of the game. I think at Jenkins, and we talk about as coaches, is we want to make every athlete we got that comes through there better. Let's share them. I said, y'all remember, everybody in this room remembers when we played ball back in the day. You were a dude in several sports. You played football, and then you went to basketball, then you went to baseball or track. You were the dude. We used to make fun of dudes that only played one sport. And so I tell these guys all the time, I'm like, man, go wrestle, go play basketball, go run track, go play baseball. Hell yeah, I want to come to those games and cheer y'all on. And I think that Jenkins has kind of been our mindset, and we've been trying to push that the last couple of years to try to showcase all of our athletes that we got on campus. Be an Eagle, baby. And so that's what we're trying to hope for anyway. I talk to y'all all day, and I appreciate you guys, man. Y'all do this I'm serious. I appreciate all y'all coming out. I know it's a big ordeal to put something like this on for the community and for these kids, but I'm glad, man, that y'all do this for me. Y'all take y'all's time. I know this has been a long day for you guys. Larry's over here. Larry's like, Dad, y'all 3.5 hour drive. It is a grinder, man.
Yeah, so we want to wrap it up and tell you guys thank you for coming. Definitely appreciate you guys. I love Jenkins football as a winning program. One of the first winning seasons in the past 5 years, dating back, like I said, with his brother. But thank you guys again, and good luck this season. If you guys want to leave us with anything, more than welcome.
Got anything, guys? Say some peace, Steph. Say a little something.
Anybody circle on the schedule? Anybody?
We take it 1 week at a time. We play with a chip on our shoulder. Always, every game, week in, week out, no matter who it is, no matter. So our goal, obviously, is win state. That's every team's goal, though.
Why'd you give him bull up to the board? When we get a time, baby, we're trying to go 1-0. 1-0. Thank you guys so much for everything. I appreciate that. Go Eagles.
You ran a great job, man.
All right, we're here with the Morehead Terriers, continuing the afternoon session. You know, a team from down south, a little bit more southern. 863 though, you know, still proud of the 863. Glad to see y'all guys here. I'm gonna let you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves.
My name is Morehead Terriers, class of 2024, play O-line, D-line. My name is Zaylen Jackson, running back, middle linebacker, outside linebacker, 2024.
My name is Aaron Askew. I play tight end, DN, receiver, and slot. Class 2026.
My name is Frank Moody. I play wide receiver and free safety. Class of 2024.
My name is Daquan Adderley. I play running back, linebacker, free safety, and I'm class 2026.
You know, Coach, just want to say thank you again for getting you guys here. Definitely want to get you guys some more exposure. And that's kind of where I want to start. What is it like playing in Morehead, not having as much exposure, but, you know, the same amount of talent, if not more, than, you know, some of the areas surrounding you?
Well, it help having platforms like you guys that reach out to us, because not a lot do, so it help out when you guys reach out, so we're able to get these guys on platforms like this, because I can remember time before they had opportunity to have this type of platform.
Coach, talk a little bit about how do you get the word out about your program? Social media, is it word of mouth? What's your mainstay?
Twitter has been a big help for us, definitely. Twitter and our head coach, Coach Gary, he knows a lot of people, so just having him and the combination of everything on social media, it helps out a lot, definitely.
Talk a little bit about also being where you're from, your posting on your and all that. Like, I know that Ryan covered it, but people that don't, like, what it's like to go down there, just to like the game.
Football 360 is like everybody is just football. There's other sports that's good, but when it's football season, you feel it. The atmosphere is different. The smoking air is just different.
Coming off a pretty decent season, Coach, you guys took a loss in the section on the playoffs. But how do you take some of those positives that you had last season and new season? And what's some of the things you guys are working on during the offseason?
Well, one thing you can take from that is experience. Like I probably said, about maybe 90% of the roster didn't have any playoff experience, so just an opportunity to maybe play in those type of environments. They understand it and know what they got to do to be able to succeed in now. So it was formed to a couple of them, but now I think this year they'll be ready for us.
In the offseason, what's some of the things you guys are working on, whether that's team chemistry or whatever it is?
Just team chemistry, got a couple new coaches in, so just trying to get everybody on the same page. And just at the end of the day, we have to one goal. That's after that state title. That's how we feel.
You guys, like, you guys star studies up there, you know what I mean? Say, let's talk about some of these guys. Who you trying to get the ball to? Who's the guy who you know? Let's talk about it.
You know, first off, we start up front, so we got one of our returning linemen, Maureen Till. He helped lead the way for the next guy to speak on Zaylen Jackson. He finished the season with 1,300 yards, 13 TDs. He's one of them ones, but I'm hoping these schools start paying attention to him, because he's definitely one of them guys. And then we also have our rising sophomore right here, Aaron Askew, plays tight end receiver. Ole Miss just recently offered him, so he just got an Ole Miss offer during spring. So we definitely expecting a huge jump from him this year. And also we got Frank Moody, Mr. Do It All, and he played around the field. Just we done clocked him at 4.4s. You know, when the Campton ran 4.4, so don't let the size fool you. You got to catch him and touch him first. And then our last one, our other guy, our other rising sophomore, Daquan Adderley, he also plays running back. He had a couple injuries last year that limited playing time, but I think this year is going to be his year. He's 5'11", about 190 pounds. USF is also already offered, so we definitely got some guys over there that's ready to play some big time football.
What's your best position on the team regardless of size?
I would have to say right now, I think up front we're going to be pretty good. I think offensive line is what's off. I think offensive line is going to be pretty good.
That might be the first person this year that's smoking that offensive line. Hard to get 5 guys who can
experience, a lot of guys returning. Like we got, I think we have 3 returning starters, and we have 1 kid that came in that had started and experience elsewhere. So that right there. So we have 4 guys with experience.
I don't see the bucket here, coach. We still got Boyd on our center.
As of right now, I don't know about. As of right now.
How's the quarterback going to look? Without him, if he's not there, how's that quarterback?
I think it's gonna be okay. I think they're gonna be all right.
Was it Colin Simmons came to you guys, right?
Yeah.
So what was that roller coaster kind of like? Bringing in a top prospect like that and then losing him to college with him reclassing. You say he just got offered by Ole Miss. Colin's at Ole Miss. So what was that kind of like for you guys in the locker room?
Well, first off, a great opportunity for him to get seen by Ole Miss, because when you have that type of talent in the locker room, he's gonna bring every school in the country through, and that's what happens. So you get opportunity when they see a kid like this that was a freshman at the time, walking on 6'2", 190 pounds already. They opened up room for him, and it was smooth. It wasn't really a roller coaster. I think he came in and blended into the locker room very well, and these kids, right, they loved him. So, and he had an opportunity to not really get the skip 2 classifications. That's big time. So can't turn that down. We wish him the best. We're rooting for him.
And so you lost Kamari Wishner to D1. Is ASCU stepping up, or is it going to have to be a team effort to fill the shoes of a guy like that who was just probably, in my opinion, one of the most dominant receivers, not only in the state but in the country? And due to lack of exposure, a lot of people didn't know about him. But if you turn on his tape, if you ever got to see him play, you know that he was a big part of Morehead. How do you guys fill those shoes?
I think it's going to be by committee. I definitely think they all have talent to take over a game, but I definitely think it'll be more by committee than just who night is going to be, but they all are equally talented. We all know that Kennard, he was definitely that was the go-to guy last year. He was one of them guys, like you say, he didn't get the coverage he got because of where he was at, but like say you turn the tape on, I feel like he's one of the best football players in the country last year.
And this is more for the players. You guys went 8-4 last year. Your first winning season since before any of you were in high school. 2018 was the last year that you guys had a season even remotely close to that. How do you guys keep that momentum going into this year and building on a season that you went to the playoffs?
First of all, I just got to Morehead, and I played for Closeville High School. I never got a chance to really play, so I'm really grateful to be a player at Morehead High School and finish off a good part of the season with my fellas, my seniors. So it was a great experience around the chemistry and environment. The boss was a leader, and now it's my time to step up. Playing at Cluster showed me that you have to work hard in order to get where you want to be. So I played 2 years at Cluster. Morehead gave me a chance to play running back, so I took the chance.
It's really just going week by week, having all the guys come to practice, have a full practice, to be a let me see how to put this.
Like my teammates, Warren, when I played at Coach, I ain't really get a lot of playing time because they felt as if I was undersized. So I talked to Coach Derek here, he brought me more head, and I showed him what I was able to do. He put me on the field, and I stepped up for the team. I became one of the leaders, and I actually finished with a good season this year, defense and offensive wise. And he got me some film, and now I got college coaches looking at me thanks to him. If I was stayed at Coach, then I wouldn't be in this shoes right now.
I feel like in order to keep a good record like we did last year, then we just gotta talk to the team, bring the team together, get all the coaches and everybody, and then, just be a good team. Work hard and do everything else hard. Take no breaks. But keep God first in everything. God is the reason we're here, so I feel like just keep God first, work hard, and just do what you gotta do.
Coach, you mentioned the trenches, mentioned the star running back. So who's the guy on defense? Who's that? headhunter, who's that leader that's leading the guys in the weight room, off the field? Who's that guy you look to when it comes to defensive leadership?
I have one guy in mind. He's not here with us today, but he's going to be a sophomore this year. Linebacker Justin Hernandez. I mean, he came in and he missed his whole freshman year because of a shoulder injury, but you couldn't tell he's a freshman. He's a kid that came in, ball game immediately, worked hard, had a great spring game. I mean, he's a thumper. He can fly. So I think he's going to be one of them guys that definitely going to lead the defense. Like as a young guy, like at 10th grade, and also Xavier Jackson, like he says, he plays middle linebacker, and I think he's learned a lot from them. So.
How do you feel about that? I know I asked about a specific player, but as a whole, the trenches and secondary, how's that been this spring, and what were you guys working on specifically?
Well, we're working on like getting better as a whole in the churches, getting better, get stronger, and play with hands and be physical. Do not let no other lineman, D lineman get past us. Do what we gotta do. We start the game. We is the game. The line trenches win the games.
How many seniors you got? You seniors? Talking about the last ride, right? How important is it this year to go out, try to generate some interest around your recruitment? How important is this season, though? Before you going down, even more before you go out.
It's really important to me because there was only one person in my family that ever got to go to college and play football, even though like a lot of the dudes in my family wanted to do it. And he really inspired me when he told me that he was able to go to a dream school. So me being a senior with no offers as of right now is really like motivating me to like go out with a bang, make sure my team also gets offers behind me. I'm just like, I'm really grateful for the team. They actually let me do what I want to do. Yeah.
Back to what Frank was saying, this season is important to me too. Not just as me, as the team, keeping the culture good. It's important. And I'm not even from Morehead, but I like the culture because they treat me like family since I've been there. But my family ain't really go to college. They say I'm one of the best in my family right now, so I want to live up to the expectations of what they say.
Like everybody, sum it all. This season is very, very, it's that. It's that. It ain't no time to play. It's that season. Trying to get a winning season. And I'm trying to have my coaches' faces look good. Wherever they go at. And yeah, it's that. It's that time.
All right, well, we thank you guys for coming. Definitely wishing Morehead luck. You guys are a big time program in the A63 in my opinion. I want you guys to carry over from last season, bring that same energy this year. But y'all guys made a long drive, so we want to say thank you for coming down and wish you guys the most luck this year.
Good luck, y'all.
This back.
We're here continuing the afternoon session with the Winter Haven Blue Devils. Ooh, I love the jerseys, love the uniforms. I'll let you guys go ahead and introduce yourself.
Terminal Footman, class 24.
Office Members, class 2024.
Central Corner, class 2024. Warren Fargo, class of 2024.
Alan Cadell Ford, class of 2024. Gisha Murdo, class of 24. Treyon Ellison, class of 24.
So glad to have you guys here. Winter Haven arguably was one of the top 3 programs in Polk County last year. Made a playoff run, unfortunately losing to Lake Mineola. You guys started out the season last year losing 2 of the first 3 games. This year, how do you correct that and start out and avoid a slow start?
Well, first of all, this is Coach White's first year at Winter Haven, so we come to a program that Winter Haven before. He set the vision, and we know what we got to do. We opened up with Kathleen week 1, and we had a good summer workout. You guys can tell you that. We're ready to go, and he set the tone for us as Coach White did, and he got something going on called the shield. We got to hold the shield up, and we're ready to do it.
Kind of talk to me about what it's like being in a district that you guys are in. Is the district championship something that you have, set out early in the year? I know some teams goals to win the district, some to win the region, some to win a state championship. But kind of talk to me about what the district means to Winter Haven.
Well, the district means a lot, but these guys, I'm going to tell you, they're coming out 15. We want to win it all. Every team want to win it all. That's state. They won district last year, and that's our goal this year to win district again. But in order for us to do that, we got to continue to work hard, continue to grind, and make sure that we give our best every day.
Winning the district, it's the main goal for a lot of us, especially for the younger guys that's coming up. Winning against Bartow, down 21-7 in the first half, then coming back to beat Bartow. It really means a lot to us.
Winning district is the goal. We slept home, so we can just wake everybody up.
Yeah, we won district, but I know this team that we built now, we definitely can make it stick around. All Joseph side, we got a strong team that brings the brotherhood and stuff like that. We all family.
So what does it take to put that together? You guys have Warren Farlow, one of the best route runners in Polk County. Jishawn Murrow, one of the best overall players in the county. Alfred Smothers, one of the best running backs in Polk County. Tyrone Footman, probably the most underrated defensive line prospect in Polk County. So you guys have the pieces. How do you put that together this year?
Like I said, we got the pieces. We got the coaches to put these pieces together to make this run. Our offensive coordinator, Coach Wilburn, has a good side of the ball. A good receiving core. We got a good quarterback in John. So we're ready to go. Defense-wise, hey, everybody's coming back. Trey Ellerton, Tyrone Footman, we're ready to make the run on defense. So we got the pieces. In order for those to work, we got to continue to grind and continue to believe in the system and the vision of Coach White.
With the new coaching staff, what were you guys working on during the offseason? I know we mentioned a couple of offensive guys, but I feel like defense means nothing. We got Hayes, Ellison, Cadet. It's a star-studded group. Talk about that group and how, what do you expect from those guys?
What I expect from them guys is nothing but domination. They're starting at Golden Gate and take our class. Seeing the guys defense-wise working in the weight room, how they grind and how they get there, it's exciting, and during the spring game, I can see it's gonna be a good season for us on defense. The offense, can't overlook them guys, with Coach Bain, Coach Wilburn, them guys, and Coach Ellis, bringing a powerful offense to spread, so overall, we'll be ready to go, kick off class.
And to Smothers, over 1,200 rushing yards, one of the more underrated prospects not in the county for this state. How important is it this year to put your name on the map to let everybody know you really told it all?
Me being slipped on, I just use it as motivation. So I'm just ready to go. I'm ready to wake everybody up this year. That's all. We're going 1,500 this year.
That's my twin. Yeah, I do y'all.
Training the players, I mean, you're fourth coach in 3 years, I mean, has it been a tough adjustment, especially going from, the new coach last year to new coach?
Yeah, because you got to think when Coach Thompson last year and Coach White this year, it was two different coaches. And with the whole 4 coaches in 2 years, that's a lot. It can take a lot on the players, especially for the 24 guys. You see one coach today, next year or next week, you might see another coach, and then in the spring they talk about having another coach. So it all depends on the team chemistry and if we decide to stay together.
Yeah, so you guys were a part of one of the worst Winter Haven teams at sophomores, the 2-8 season. It was abysmal, obviously. 1-8? Oh, I'm sorry, 1-8. 1-8.
1-9.
1-9. Oh, 1-9. Too much credit. Yeah. I gave y'all too much credit. So, but 1-9 to 8-4. How do you guys make sure you don't slip back into that 1-9 mentality?
We just start off by going in and not underestimating our opponents going in. Keep working hard, keeping our head down, just stay focused a little bit.
Really just grinding week by week, just knowing that we got something to prove to people. Like, we can perform, we can come out here and compete with any and everybody. So just knowing that we're going week by week, just grinding, getting better as a team, building chemistry, and just trying to impress everybody, really.
Yeah, we want to hear from you though, Mr. Miller. What is it like being one of the highest rated prospects in the state of Florida and being nationally rated in the country?
I mean, it's awesome. It's awesome. But I worked really hard for this over the past 2-3 years, and I'm happy I can be an inspiration to the young guys over here and everything. But it's a blessing, honestly. It's a blessing.
And recently, you committed to Tulane. Kind of talk to me about what went into that. You have a plethora of offers for you to choose. Tulane, I believe they had 10 wins last season. They're building a great culture, great location in New Orleans. What went into that commitment?
A lot of things. Academics is a big deal for me. Tulane has really good academics. The on the field product, it was really good. They went 12-2 last year, conference champions. They have a plan for what they're gonna do with me too, which is exciting. The whole coaching staff is really down to earth. So you see a lot of coaches and they act like they're better than everybody, but very God-fearing, good people.
When young men like yourself make big time commitments like that, it's easy to lose your head, right? So what are some of the things you've been doing to stay grounded, stay focused, and accept that leadership role, try to get rid of some of these younger guys, or even the ones that maybe moving on the season? And how important is it for you to make an impact in the Winter Haven community?
It's really important because I know it's bigger than just me. It's bigger than this season. Because I think about the effect that Josh Selskar had on me and how much I looked up to him. So I hope to be a beacon to the younger guys to do something like that. Yes, sir.
Mr. Footman, as a former D-line guy myself, I admire your game to the fullest degree. What is it like playing defensive line at your size with your skill set? Many, and at the next level, you probably will have to play line just due to size alone. But I've seen you have more than 3 sacks in one game. I've seen you be absolutely dominant. So how do you overcome the challenge of size and just let the dog be released?
So how I overcome the challenge of my size is I gotta think how hard these guys work. I gotta work probably 3 times harder because I'm going against guys like I went against Norris, I went against Big Eddie from Temple Catholic, I went against a lot of 3 and 4 stars, probably about 1 5-star. So what I do is I just work. I know I have to work. I outwork them. I might got to stay up later than they do. I might got to live more than they do. Spend more time in the weight room. And my playing style is okay. I know what it is. I got to get past this man to feed my family. So I make sure I just dominate. And like you said, like Lake Will's game last year, nobody like I'm 5'10" on a good day. So nobody really never thought this 5'10", 206 kid is just gonna come out here and dominate.
This is for Coach and my brother on the camera right here. Obviously, Winter Haven is a well-rounded team. But what can make it break you about, as I was saying, about the day in the trenches. How do you feel about that unit, both of you guys, and what do you expect?
Well, Coach Wilbur is an offensive line coach. He's very good at technique, teaching kids technique, and he's very good at what he does. So we got an outstanding offensive line coach, and we got a good line coach, Coach Pat. So we'll be ready in the trenches, and like I said, it starts up front. You know, if we dominate the front, we win the game. If not, you know, it's gonna be a long night. But we got two good coaches who are teaching the trenches, got technique, and make sure you be right in front.
One thing that Coach Wilbur has taught me, and it really good, I'm gonna tell this a long way for me. He said you gotta be two things in this one. You gotta be a dog, you gotta be dominant. You can't be one or the other. You gotta be, with me, I gotta be a dog. I have an enemy, you know what I'm saying? So whenever like you go into a game, okay, like say you down, 2-0, you still gotta have that dog in you. You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, I'm gonna just be completely honest, right? I didn't have like the heart to play football like this until like I met like a coach that's open. Like he gave me like the inspiration, like you know what I'm saying? Hey, you got all this time, all this effort, you put the work in. You never know, you never know, like, you know what I'm saying? So like for him, he put a good impact on me because coming like undersized O-line with myself, it just like it's all about that dog. Cause somebody can be like 6'5", 6'6", and he still got a size over you. You still can be a dog, still be stuff like that.
Just for you seniors, man, you know, for the coaches, obviously every day is important. But is there a game y'all got circled on the schedule that got you motivated? Who y'all want to run into?
Lakeland.
Yeah, man, Lakeland. Yeah.
Therefore, just a fact, man, when it's up, in my opinion, these tough positions on the football field, you don't run back and back and back. So what's some of the things you've been working on during the offseason? How can you separate yourself as a defensive back or anything like that?
Really, just for me, it's just working on my footwork, me exploding like my exploding phases, and just being more aggressive as a DB. Just knowing I got to put my nose in when I got to, I got to be quick and open up when I have to. Just be able to read the field, know how to communicate with my teammates, and then just come back to the coaching staff and just believe in the whole team, really.
Do you work with guys like Carlo, Freaky Feet? Do you work with guys like him during the offseason, like tune up your technique and whatnot?
Personally, I wish I would, because he's a great wide receiver just to go back during practice, him and other guys on the team, just knowing that if I can guard somebody like Polk that's super quick, that's killing everybody, I can have to do my thing and compete with everybody else.
If you guys have anything, the floor is yours, but we definitely wanted to wish you guys good luck this year. Say thank you for coming. Polk platform loves Winter Haven. It's competitive because it makes Polk County football better. So if you guys have anything, the floor is yours.
Hey man, all I got to say is y'all just be expecting a lot of big things for Winter Haven this year because we've been putting in that hard work. And we know coming into the season that we're one of the most underrated schools in Polk County. And one of my goals is to help my team make it past second round of the playoffs. It's not only district championships that I'm really worried about because we already did that. So what's that to talk about? We want to do something that nobody ever did. Make it past third round, go to state. It's really no self-inflicted goal. It's a team goal. So I don't got no self-goal.
Thank y'all guys for coming. Okay. Good luck this year.
Coming. Okay, y'all. See y'all.
So what games you got?
gotta go to the L. Come on, you gotta go to the L.
He going to Kathleen.
You gotta get it.
I gotta look at how the schedule goes.
He going to Kathleen.
He's definitely going to Kathleen.
Y'all know he's going to
He's going to
Maybe
Kathleen.
about 50.
You will.
If I can celebrate another win.
I got you on my schedule.
To continue the afternoon session, we have DeSoto County. Very excited to have you guys up there. You know, A6th Street goes, further as far south and as far east and west as possible. So we definitely want to make sure we touch the entire market. Thank you guys for coming out.
Yes, sir. This is Jeff Lee, head football coach, DeSoto County High School. We're going to start at the far end down here.
Ryland Nutter, safety, class of 2026. Hunter Zirkle, defense inside outside linebacker, number 6.
JUCO down, class 2025, I play running back and linebacker. Brady Moran, class 2025, quarterback / linebacker.
Johnny Jones, number 5 / running, fullback and defensive end.
Aaron Langley, class of 2025, center.
So last season was a playoff season for you guys. One of the better seasons over the past 5 years. What went into last season, and how are you carrying it over to this fall?
I just got on the ground. Coach Holland, Sam Holland was there for 2 years and did a great turnaround with this program with these guys. Like you said, that was the best season they've had in quite a while in the district. So we're the returning district champs. And so I got on the ground in April. I was in the Panhandle for, I stood on how many years up there in Holmes County and in Georgia for 30 years. So getting down on the ground was big, and getting these guys to trust me. That's one of the biggest things right now, and we're starting to see that. We train a little different than a lot of people, and it was evident in the spring. And when we got in the spring game, the way we trained kind of started taking over a little bit. And it's not the old school way of lining up and just running people on the ground as a lot of you guys that played the ball game back in the day did. It's a new approach, and these guys have responded really well to that. But to be the defending district champ, we got Booker Sarasota in there. It's going to be tough. They're going to be tough. And they graduated a very, very good class. Very talented class that put a lot of points on the board and played a lot of defense. A lot of these guys will be the first time on a Friday Night Light action that they'll be seeing. So I'm going to ask Hunter, since he's got the most experience of all of them, to answer some of that question too.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Just basically, how do you carry over the momentum with a year like last year, which was one of the better years in program history, especially recent history? How do you carry that momentum into this year?
Yes, sir. I think we just want to keep the momentum going, and we've had a good last 2 years. I think, especially since 3 years ago, we went 0-10, and we really just want to bind Coach Lee's new process, GATA, and we just want to keep moving forward, playing as a team. I've noticed that we have a lot of more teamwork this year than we did last year. I think our egos got in front of us last year. I think we could have had a better year. So I think the team together is a lot better.
Kind of speak to that a little bit more. Egos get in front of you. You guys had 4 losses. 2 of them were by 7 points or less. So what can be different in those games this year that could put you guys on top?
We had trouble holding on to the football. I think when we lost to Mariner, I think we had six fumbles. So, and they only scored 10 points. So I think you just need to hold on to the ball. When I talk about egos, we had a lot of good players last year. We had a lot of athletes, a lot of talent, and I think they let that get to them by saying, we're better than you, or this and that, instead of playing together. And I think a lot of these young guys are buying into playing together as a team.
Coach, just talk about a little bit about what went into the offseason. What were you guys able to accomplish? I know you what's that for you guys, and how are you feeling heading to the ball?
I feel very confident in what we're doing with these young men. It has been a pleasure getting them to, and like I said, we do things a little different. Come out of practice, you're going to say, okay, which one's the assistant coach, which one's the head coach. I may be yelling at them, and they all got nicknames pretty much all over. And that's just something that I've always done, and it helps break that barrier, and it helps them to trust me in the fact of that, okay, he's not on that pedestal. He's down here with us, and I think they're really starting to buy in. We started our spring game. We had Cardinal Mooney, who's a very, very talented team, We had him first. Braden's first snap ever at a high school quarterback, okay, was Cardinal Mooney. And so it took some adjustment. We're a triple option pistol team who loves to throw the football. And it took him a while to get his game slowed down. The second half, we went against Island Coast. And then that is when you started to see, as Hunter mentioned, our GATA lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. Those letters mean something to certain people in certain ways, but every day it's a lifestyle. And we have to get up and make that decision every day that we're going to get after this day. And they have started to buy into that. And you can start to see that in the second half, as Hunter just said, the team concept. Johnny Scooten scored on a 70-plus yard touchdown run. And so our offensive line took the ball with 5 minutes to go, and we drove it and had to score, and we did score. We responded. And so you can start to see the pieces start, even though it was a half, you can start to see those pieces start to come together. A lot of the guys that come coach, when you got there, they said, when you told us we were not running a wind sprint, we don't run sprints anymore. We train speed work. And so that conditions the body to get ready for those games in a different mindset because the game is played with speed. And when those guys at the end of that half, the game said, Coach, we doubted you at first. And now we start to see the results of that. There was no cramping, no anything. And so it's a process. We work on speed all the time. And so they're starting to buy into that. And you can start to see when we compete with each other, the intensity they're giving. So yeah, it's been a pleasure seeing that. Every coach is different. Every guy's got a different approach. I just know that this works for us for the last 4 or 5 years we've been at, and we're still learning. I'm still learning. But these guys have really responded well, and it's really about them. It really is.
So you guys have both said something about GATA. It's in football culture. A lot of people, some people know what it means. Knows what it means. Kind of tell me what GATA not only stands for, but what it means to the Southern County.
Those 4 letters mean several things. Politically correct is get after them aggressively. When your teacher is talking to you, is get after those academics. Most all of you that play football kind of know what the last letter changes into. We won't bring that up, but it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle of making a decision every day that you're going to get after whatever it is. A lot of these guys have a lot of hardships. When that hurricane came through last year, it was just unbelievable. What was that? Is he speaking to us here? I know it's a church. When that hurricane came through, some of these guys are still living. Their families are still living through that right now, and it's really tough on them. That is what we're trying to get to them, to understand that every day you got to get up and it's a new day, but you get to attack that day. And a real brief story, at Holmes County, I didn't mean for this to go this far. My first year at Holmes County, at 0-10, we get there, we start talking about lifestyle of a GAT. What does that mean? It's not just a little slogan that you use for one game. Had a senior that came back, and the next week he comes back and hills on his forearm. And I said, someone said, what'd you do? And he tattooed GAT, and he said, Coach, I believe in that lifestyle. I said, you do understand that's not going away. And he said, no, Coach, it's not ever going away. Once these guys get to experience that, and they're starting to get that now, once they experience that whole lifestyle, it carries with them. And that's why we coach. I mean, that's why we get to do what we do. I want to hand it to Johnny right here because his family's been hit hard by this hurricane, and he's still struggling with it right now. But to see him change and what those letters mean to him, and all of them have a different variation of what that means to them in their life. John?
Yeah, like Coach said, me and my family went through a lot during the hurricane and stuff. House got flooded twice due to 2 hurricanes. Like Hurricane Ian was the worst one. My room was almost like 6 feet under my parents' room. We stayed in there for the whole time. Me and my sister stayed at my grandma's house. And they were just going through a lot of stuff. Stayed at my grandma's house for almost like 5 months. They had nothing. People weren't helping. But Coach here, he helped me. And I've been playing football ever since. GATA, always get after the academics. I like it. He right by my side. He's right there with me. I got my friends right here. They help me and stuff. They're my family, my brothers. They keep me where I'm at. Yeah, it's been hard and stuff. Still looking for some houses. Staying in the trailer right now. But yeah, I've been going through a lot of things, and I'm glad to be here where I'm at in Southern County.
Definitely, hate to hear that. Hopefully everything gets better. If we need help, we'll be glad to assist. But Mr. Morehead, new quarterback. Last year you played primarily defense, primarily safety, linebacker. Outside linebacker. Going into this season, how did playing the defensive side of the ball, how does that help you be able to see the field as a quarterback?
Well, I just, bring the same intensity as we had last year, because our defense, they had the intensity, and we had that thought. And I like the leadership role. I expect a lot of things out of the offense, even though it's a young team, starting off fresh, but playing defense is really not, it's not different, it's no different than playing offense, because we got the same goal, stopping the other team, but on offense, pretty much beating the other team, trying to get past them, but I feel like playing defense really helps, also the experience, these other teams, playing on these teams, but, I feel like it'll be the same intensity, same approach as I had last year.
Seniors? All right. How important is this year for you, man, to rep the solo, and how are you accepting that leadership?
I kind of stepped into the leader role last year because we didn't have many that stepped up, but not many people make it to college from DeSoto. So I really want to leave a footprint for them, and so they can make it to the next level as well. Yes, sir.
What do you guys do to build that product? What do you guys do in the offseason to get that product?
Well, last year we had nobody at summer workouts. Nobody. I think probably 75% of the team shows up now. Next week we'll be having a midnight madness where we'll all stay together for 3 days and overnight, and then at that Saturday night we'll go out line of scrimmage and everything. So I think that really brings the team together.
Well, we thank you guys for coming up. We know it was quite a drive. Definitely glad to have you guys representing the 863. Good luck this year, Coach, and to you guys. I'm praying you guys keep that winning coaches going, so I can keep bragging about it.
Come there, you're more welcome to come to Arcadia anytime. Let us know. We'll take care of it.
Good luck this year. Here with our second to last squad, All Saints Academy. Definitely glad to have you guys participate in an event like this. All Saints has been a historic program, in Polk County, dating back to the inception of the program. So I'll let you guys
Mr. Weiss, I'm the head coach.
Jason Smith, assistant head coach, Coach C.
And Dr. Jenkins, also known as Trey Bill. I'm the running back, / QB,
Eric Bell, the Robinson and EP, class of 2026.
Ian Murphy, I play running back, class of 2024. Running back, linebacker.
Andrew Fong, wide receiver, class of 2024.
So I'll go ahead and get started, Coach. What are the challenges? I ask most of the smaller programs is, especially being a religious school, I'll say Catholic. Episcopal. What are the challenges of being not only a school that puts religion and God first, but being a small program?
I think the biggest thing for small schools is always numbers. We're a high athletic school, but we're also a high athletic school. And so, if you follow All Saints Academy, we excel in most sports. And honestly, we do that with not necessarily huge numbers of athletes. For us, is always, we stay with fundamentals. And as long as we coach fundamentally, our teams tend to perform. Everybody in this program that's on this stage right here has been in the program since middle school. And so they grow up in our program, they go through it, we run the same program and everything we do, so they learn the same thing, the terminology, everything that we do is similar. We stay with fundamentals and we do well. This is my 7th year as head coach there, and we're 44-16 in 7 years. I'll take it. We're very underrated, but I can tell you we can play some ball. We have some great kids that are in our program. We'll trade in.
Coach, you guys had a successful season last year. Just talk about the off season. What are some of the things you took into last year to bring to this season?
We try to maintain intensity. This year our theme is speeding. One of the things we're blessed with, and it's really been an amazing transformation. When I came here 7 years ago, we were just all big boys, didn't have any speed. We lined up in the good old wishbone, and we ran the wishbone because that's all we could run. This year we're all speed. We've got speed at almost every position. We run a no huddle, spread offense. We move the ball over the field, and we've got kids who can play. And these kids who play both sides of the ball because of our numbers, they never come off the field. And I can't tell you enough how amazing our kids are, how hard they work. They're in the weight room all day long, and then they get on. They're in the academics at night, and then they're on the field. So I think we do what we do well.
How excited are you be going back to playing 11-man football?
We're thrilled. We enjoyed 8-man. After COVID hit, we were forced to kind of go back down to COVID just because of our numbers. And if anybody's followed us, 8-man football, we've done real well. Won a state championship, made it to the semifinals the other 2 years. We played football. If you ever watched any of our games, you know that those are just as hard hitting as 11-man. But we always want to be back at 11-man. That's where we belong. That's where we've been, and that's where we're going to get to. We have a winning history, and we expect that that's going to continue this year.
For the players, is there any kind of big adjustment, going from 8-man to 11-man, the guys who played last year?
There's a little adjustment, but in the spring game, it kind of came back to them. We picked it back up pretty quick. We were a little concerned going into our spring game, which was our first 11-man game in 3 years. But they truly picked it up. There's a lot of scheme difference between 11-man and 8-man. Tackling is tackling, running is running, catching is catching. But the difference between 11-man and 8-man really is you don't have any safeties in 8-man, so there's not any room for error. So if you make a mistake in 8-man, it's going to cost you. In 11-man, you've got to understand zones, you've got to understand schemes, you've got to run combo zones, you've got to run a lot of different things that you've got to understand. So you've got to be able to make a lot more reads in 11-man than you do in 8-man. 8-man, you're pretty much man for man. You've got to understand what your single assignment is on each play, and if you do that well, you'll be good. 11-man is much more intricate. It's much more, it's almost like playing chess to checkers, if you ever want. That's kind of how I deem 8-man. But our kids are very, very quick. They're very, very smart. They picked it up exceptionally well. In the spring game, we made mistakes. That's the only reason our score was really close. We played well in the spring game.
How do you feel you stack up with the Sunshine State?
Hey, if you all follow Sunshine State, there were some really good teams in there this year. I feel like we can compete with most of them. There's some teams that I would love to have the opportunity to play, and hopefully we'll get to the playoffs. We'll be able to face them.
schedule, I came in front of you. You play Santa Fe this year?
Santa Fe was on our schedule this year, but we do a lot of traveling this year. We travel up to Pensacola, first game of the year. We're going to play Lighthouse Christian up there. We play Cornerstone over in Orlando. We play Trinity Prep from Orlando. So we do a lot of traveling this year, but we're excited about getting that opportunity to get back at it. And hopefully we get Santa Fe back on our schedule next year.
Coach, question for Trey Bell. Over 1,100 rushing yards last season. How excited are you for your freshman season, your official freshman season? And how important is this year for you to generate some interest on your recruitment early on and kind of put Los Angeles on the map?
I'm very excited this year. One of my goals is to beat my rushing yards last year, so I want to put in more work. Just keep showing up in practice.
For Austin, you decided to put Los Angeles on the map?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And so you guys did play 8-man football. It's challenging to get guys recruited, you know, when you are playing 8-man football. How are you guys? And you did have a guy go out to college at Dakota State, St. Mathis, right?
St. Mathis.
So you know, you did put guys on the next level. How do you convince kids to come out? How are you convincing kids to come out to show them that, hey, we can get you to the next level, and you know, this is what All Saints is all about?
We try to let our play speak for us. If you've watched any of our games, if you followed any of us, if you watch our game, there's no way you can't fall in love with the play that we play. All Saints runs under the radar. I mean, unless you follow us, there's not a lot of vibe around it. You don't hear it on social media a lot because, you know, we're a small private school. But, you know, I'll put up our performance over the last 7 years with any school in Polk County. And, you know, we've played big schools. We played Oak Hall for the state championship 3 years ago, and we lost to them by 7 during the year. We came back and beat them in the championship game over in Lakeland Stadium. That was a hard-nosed football game. If you watched that game, all you heard was pads crunching all night long, and our kids just stepped up to the game. Zay Mathis rushed for over 100 yards, had two big long touchdown runs for us to win that game for us and break it over. You know, we love the kids on our team, and we love what we do, and I think people in the community hear about us, and when they see us, they'll be excited to come. Most of our kids are multi-sports athletes, so just because they don't get recruited for football doesn't mean they're not going to college to play ball. We have kids that, you know, Johan Swell, who played on our football team last year, he's going to play lacrosse in college. So we have a lot of our kids go off and play college soccer. Some are, you know, we have a lot of kids that go on and play at the next level. But our kids are multi-sports athletes, and I think that's another positive about what makes our team so good, is that our kids are well-rounded athletes, can do about anything.
Speaking of well-rounded athletes, Mr. Zerke, you had almost 100 tackles last year. I think it was 95. Yeah. 80, yeah. How many tackles did you have last year?
I'm gonna say I don't know.
A lot. You racked it up, right? Tackle machine. The stat sheet was insane. Going to play 11-man football, the sidelines are wide. How is that going to be a challenge for you to be sideline to sideline again this year?
Well, I'm in a different position than I was last year. I've moved from DN to linebacker, so I feel like I've got a little bit more room to play now, especially with the wider field. And I'm just honestly ready for the challenge. We've been practicing all summer, been in the weight room and stuff, faster than I was last year, so I think I can keep up with it.
He's very, very modest, by the way. You know, speed. Aiden is probably, he came in my program in the 8th grade. He's now a senior. And the amount of weight that he has put on, not just muscle, but just size, speed, is incredible. And almost at every position we have speed. And so for us, that's what we use. On the defensive side, we've been strong defensively since I've been here. That's been what we kind of put our stamp on. We're going to be tough. You ain't going to score, and if you are, we're going to make you earn. We put as much pressure on you as possible. We get more tackles for loss than most teams because of the amount of pressure we put on. Darius Bell over here also very, very understated. He got injured in game 6 last year, broke his toe and was out for the remainder of the season, but he had 5 interceptions, 2 of them returned for a touchdown in the first 5 games. He led the county and was one of the number ones in the state for interceptions per game. And that's because we give him that opportunity. We're going to have him impress man. We're going to bring pressure and let him make plays, and he does.
And you do have an outstanding program that, you know, sometimes you do have to rely on a younger guy, an 8th grader, to, step up. Mr. Bell, over 1,000 yards in 8th grade. What is it like retaining those guys and watching them grow in your program?
That's one of the blessings of our program is we don't have a lot of turnover in our program. Kids that come to our program, they stay in our program and they do it through their graduation. And the reason why is because they know that we truly care about them. We're here for their education as well as their athletics. It's not one or the other, it's both. And, if they have an issue or they have something they need to work through, we work through it. And our kids have the best chance to go on. We've had kids that have had 4 rides to Air Force, 4 rides to Holy Cross, 4 rides to, and they go on academic scholarships to North Carolina, University of North Carolina, or to Notre Dame. But they're studs on the field and they're studs in the classroom. And so, that's the strength of our program. But they're all not that way. We have, some that go to North Dakota State and play ball. We have kids that go anywhere. When we bring them in, we nurture them from the minute they get here. We treat them all like men. They all grow in and play. They play early because our numbers are small. They'll get playing time in 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade. By the time most kids are 11th graders are starting at position on our field and playing all the time. And that's something that is a blessing of being at a small school.
I see both losses back to Davenport.
Yes.
Right? You guys got them obviously this year. Are they circled or how do you guys feel about it?
They're 8-man, so they're staying down at they're down at 8-man. They were a very good team, and they were a smash mouth run right action team. And so it was close games, a couple turnovers, both games on our part kind of caused us to lose the games.
Well, that's by the way, it's kind of wide open, right?
Hey, listen, we won't shy away from anybody. We'll play anybody. It's all wide open. We're ready to win them all and go to the championship, and that's our goal. We take one at a time. I heard you ask one of the teams earlier, what's your biggest game on your schedule? The next one. The next one is the biggest one for us because they're all important.
Well, I'll leave you guys with that. We're definitely thankful that you guys were able to come out. Definitely excited to get All Saints some more exposure, get some more chatter around the program, because like you said, you can put you guys up against any program in Polk County over the past few years, and All Saints stacks right up. So, excited to have you guys back in 11-man football, and I'll be excited to come cover you guys this year. Thank you for coming.
Look forward to it. Thanks for having us out.
Good luck.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Sorry about the late response, man. Let us know if you need it. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you.
Roy, take care, buddy.
Yeah, it's nice.
Appreciate you.
Our playoff team last year up there, round 2, I was playing in 17.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
right, we're gonna get started with our last program of the day. Yes, last but definitely not least, this is the host program. We're in their house right now. Thank you guys for having us. But more importantly, thank you guys for coming. So I'll go ahead and let you guys introduce yourself.
My name is Coach Eric England. I'm head coach of ACA Stallions.
My name is Willie Borger.
Eric England, Junior Class of 2026.
Mara Ward.
Joe Maserati, Class of 2024.
Coach Pepe at DC.
So Coach, come and talk to
I'm Coach Donald Kincaid. I'm commissioner of the JUCO athletics program that we have with the Florida State Coast to Coast.
Coach, kind of talk to me about ACA, one of the newer programs in Polk County. Obviously, the England name, the England brand is well established. I say it's one of the families that just don't run out of talent because, like Jeremiah England graduated last year, and now we have Eric England coming up. You guys never run out. So kind of talk to me about ACA and the culture.
Well, I've been coaching for 18 years, so just looking at different programs, I wanted to create an environment where we can build student athletes spiritually, morally, and academically. I've seen now through the years, most of the time we have athletes that go to the next level. They don't have the morals to connect to their talents, and most of the time that's where most athletes fail. Your gift will get you in the door, but your character will keep you in the door. So I wanted to build a program where we can teach young men how to be men and give them character and integrity, but yes, teaching the game on another level so that we can release platinum students into society. So that's why we created ACA Stallions.
And being a smaller program, as you spoke about, Coach, what's some of the challenges you guys have to overcome, whether that's funding, get guys, finance the program, what's some of the challenges you guys have?
That's a great question. Most time it's the commitment from the parents. Most of these kids, I know from watching so many kids down through the years, a lot of these kids play without parents watching. And so to motivate them and to inspire them, they can be anything they want to be in life. I'm a living witness that if you try and if you have faith and if you go hard, no matter who's supporting you, who's not supporting you, your work is going to speak for you. So the challenge is to be faithful and consistent doing this sometimes when you don't have the support. And I often say it's a problem when you start hating to do what you love to do, simply because you don't have the support to do it. So it's a lot of challenges in that area, getting the parents to buy in, the kids to accept the mentality of growing and getting in front of media and learning how to speak well or, represent themselves in the proper manner. So those are most of the challenges. Funding, we work hard. I show them as a coach that there's nobody that's going to work hard for you like I am because I love you. And I don't care what type of challenges we have, we're going to make it happen because we want to see these kids excel.
What are y'all doing to establish that culture? What's some of the things y'all done in the offseason to kind of let you establish that culture and let you carve out your own identity because of the program?
Yes, team building moments. Moments we sit down and they probably say I preach to them too much. But I'm always giving them a word. Literally, I was given a video yesterday by Julian of a message I spoke to them on last year, talking about Polk Way. And they gave me the video, just saying how this guy grabbed the camera, started recording, started taking pictures, and now he's blown up. And I was saying, if you take what you have and work it, eventually your work will speak for you. They just showed me the video yesterday. I forgot I said it. But just sharing so many messages with them and spending time, investing information and knowledge and wisdom in their lives. And then to see the manifestation of you guys, all you guys coming here today. Everybody know I love Hassan. I've been around him for years. This guy just, also did a phenomenal job. But just for you guys and for Josh and all these guys to put this together and come here, this is amazing. This made my day, really. To be able to host and be here and see this and witness just hard work coming. Listen, let me tell y'all this, let me get off this. If you guys would have saw this room that we're standing in 6-7 months ago, you wouldn't believe that we'd be sitting in this room today. It was cluttered with so many things, but we took the time. We worked hard. We had a vision. We dreamed real big. And today we're hosting High School Media Day in a room that was cluttered 6 months ago. But if you got a vision, you work hard, you don't quit, don't give up, anything is possible.
And so what are some of the expectations this year as head coach for ACA?
What the expectations are, being that we also have the JUCO program as well. Let them know that you're not going to just get a scholarship or offer to come play because you're in the high school team. You're going to work hard. You're going to build your character, your work, all the things that you need to do as an athlete to be a leader. I preach that more than anything. I want you to be a leader. I want you to be a kid that knows how to take responsibility and move beyond being average. And, you may be the underdog, but if you're the underdog, you work extra hard to prove that you're supposed to be where you are. And those are some of the things that we're preaching to the kids this season.
Kind of talk to me more about the JUCO program. I'm a JUCO guy myself. I went to Butler Community College in Kansas, one of the premier JUCOs in the country, and I always thought to myself, I'm all the way in from Florida and Kansas just for JUCO. Why doesn't Florida have JUCO? So kind of talk to me about what went into creating a JUCO program, not only just in Florida, but in Polk County, where guys go from every single year we see Polk County guys go to Mississippi, Texas, Kansas, and be stars of the team. Even the last chance you showed, DJ Law from Haines City was the main character on the JUCO. So kind of talk to me about what went into building that program and what it's going to look like.
I was actually DJ Law running back coach. I would throw that out and Haines City. But I'm gonna let Mr. Kincaid answer that. But for me, it was, I believe if we're gonna change the world, we must change the world systematically. And so for me, I want to see kids walk away with degrees, not just play football. We have the new thriving agenda of prep schools that are rising. Those guys are working hard to get kids to the next level, so we salute that as well. But I want to have a program where kids can get a degree and walk away. And if they don't ever go to the NFL or some college, they will walk away with a degree. And that was something I feel we were missing here in Polk County, being that we are the premier of football, Polk County. During James, I coached him at Haines City High School. He's the highest paid safety in the history of the NFL. That just lets you know what kind of players we have here in Polk County. So why not have a program here in Polk County that can offer kids the opportunity to get a degree and get shot through these major programs? Mr. Kincaid can answer that a little bit more as well.
I love this question because I tell the story all the time, so stop me if I go too far. But I was a cop for 15 years, and I used to see a lot of great athletes coming out of high school, and they was just floored at the fact that nobody gave them an offer. So when they graduated, I used to watch these same kids fall prey to the streets. And I said then that I was going to do something about this. So I came up with the idea of, shoot, why don't I just give these kids some offers, give them some game film, and help them myself. And it is no different than some of these other organizations that just help kids go, to the next level or whatever. But I'm just going one step further. I'm creating the entire athletics department. I'm going around and creating the actual programs in each area so we can create our own conference. So I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. In North Carolina and South Carolina, we have 4 of the programs already running. That has been running for 4 years. Okay? And I met Eric, and the sparks just flew. I knew this was the man that was going to get it popping right here in Florida. You know what I'm saying? So I've been coming down, helping them, we've been getting this thing going, and now he's already off to the races. This is going to be their first inaugural season this year in 2023. Very proud of the Florida State Coastal Cougars. And, you know, this is the reason why I wanted to create, to give these kids an opportunity. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of kids don't want to go to school. They don't. But when I give them that dangling carrot, oh, you can go ahead and play some football and basketball, because we have a basketball team too. All right? So if you want to come play, you can go ahead on and come over here and get these grades. I'll let you play. Most of them come running. I don't care how I get them, as long as I get them. You know what I'm saying? So they can get in here and get a degree. So that is really the main reason why. And we just want to really make sure that these kids get the grades. So I've even mandated that all studies have to be done in study hall. They can't even do the homework at home anymore. So Northwest University allows us to do everything completely 100% online. So all of our athletes are going to school 100% online while playing football and basketball with us. So I took it a step further because I want to make sure these kids get these GPAs needed in order to be successful, whether they go to the next level or not. But let's just say they don't go to the next level. They can stay with us 2 more years and get the bachelor's degree. I love it. I mean, this thing is just eating me up, boy. My jaws be so hurting because I smile so much about this program. That's how much passion and love that I have, and I know this man right here has too. Thank you.
What are your geographical challenges with, scheduling? I know funding isn't, so funding isn't easy to come by, and to try to cut the cost. So, like you say, you're attempting to start a conference, but it, isn't completed yet.
It's not 100% complete yet. So right now, Eric is the first in this area. So he has to find other JVs, other JUCOs, other prep schools, other club teams that's part of other university organizations to get a schedule done. We soon hope to establish another program within the Florida area, and hopefully we're going to branch out into Georgia, and because this particular conference right here is called the MASC, M-A-S-C, Mid-Atlantic Southern Conference. Our conference up in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia is called the COMA, Conference of the Mid-Atlantic. Once we get those complete, then we'll have 2 full-fledged conferences. It takes time, The NJCAA had to start somewhere. The NCAA had to start somewhere. So that's what we're doing. We're taking baby steps, and it's working. What you see on my head is called the NASA, North American Scholastic Athletic Association. This is the governing body over everything. And, we want to make sure that each and every one of our athletes get a good education, followed by the degree, followed by the life skills that they're going to learn with us. I'm trying to bring back home ec. things that they used to have back when I was growing up in school, where you learn how to sew, you learn how to cook. A lot of these kids come to my program, and we have student housing in North Carolina and South Carolina. They don't even know how to cook an egg. You know what I'm saying? But you ready to go out in life, and you don't know, if you get a hole in your pocket, you don't know how to sew it up. You know, I know these things may seem minute, but I put a great deal of emphasis in that to make sure that they learn certain things. My wife teaches the kids about credit. You know what I'm saying? How to actually credit repair if you end up getting bad credit. When they leave my program, all of them gonna have good credit because we're gonna help them establish it. So we don't just talk, we walk the walk. And I already have documented proof. That's why it's so good of what we're doing, and that's why he's piggybacking off of what we're doing. He's gonna do the same thing here.
It's hard to follow up on two brothers. That was good. I respect that for sure. But these are for the young men, right? They're here for a reason. I want to hear from you guys. How's the off season been? What can we expect from you? And how's it been, playing under this coaching staff?
You know, just being a team, getting bigger, stronger, faster, as much as we can, and as fast as we can, really, because as we know, summer's almost over in like 20 days, so time flies like fast. And yeah, just building momentum, trying to, you know, we play big name schools now this year, so like Lakeland Christian, Victory, Mulberry, we won. So I'm really looking, Fort Meade as well. I'm really looking to have a really good season this year, playing quarterback for the first time in my athletic career, so really looking forward to it. Played good 7-on-7 tournament, we were 3-1. We beat Mulberry, wiped them out. Kathleen wiped them out. You know, we lost all Saints, which last thing of the year, but that was just errors of stuff that we need to fix. And you know, like the 7-on-7, like it really helps, like especially being the first year quarterback, like it really helps like read the field and scan and make the right throw and footwork and all that. So yeah, I think this year I'm really looking at a good season. What was this question again?
Yes, so just as a player, how's the off season been? What can we expect from you? I'm not sure your position, but how's it been playing with these OT?
It's been really good. Like, you know, on the off season, we just work hard and try to, like, you know, feed them off what our coaches saying, and really just trying to, you know, everybody say we're the underdogs and stuff. So we just work hard and try to prove them wrong. Sure.
Actually, you know, they said we was gonna go 0-4 in the 7-on-7. We went 3-1, so we throw that out there. And we coming this year. You know, Coach Eric gonna say we ain't done with no smoke.
Like Larry said, he said underdogs, and, you know, being a third-year school, and you really have to, especially in Polk County, with all the hype and attention around everybody, like Wells, Lakeland, all the teams in Polk County. You know, coming up as a small private school, you really have to earn your name. And like Coach you said, we ain't done at no school.
Thank you guys again for, you know, coming out, showing love. I'm excited about ACA program. I love the jerseys. When I came to the 7-on-7, y'all were up like 19-0. I'm not gonna say on what school. But, y'all were beating the life out of something. So I'm excited about this year going forward. And, you know, again, thank you guys for hosting the event. Excited for the Florida State Coastal Cougars. Let's get the momentum going. Let's get the ball rolling.
Thank you guys again, man. Thank all of you guys, man. Thank you so much. We really appreciate y'all.
First ever 863 Heartland Media Day. Shout out to Institute athletes, Polk 863. Over 20 quarters. I don't even know what to say. I'm so excited. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'll see you guys this evening.
I'm gonna tell y'all that working for Polk is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.